Danny boy?
Dinosaurs are meant to be shared and admired and studied, not to be bought or sold or profited.
Danny!
This majestic masterpiece, who is 67 million years old, is the king of the dinosaurs and is our final lot for this evening. I am happy to sell this. Where should we start? At $3 million. And sold for $27,500,000.
Extraordinary. You're going to help us learn more about Utah Raptor and support real paleontological research. Here, as part of this scientific pursuit, this is the highest ambitions that mankind has. And you know what? I think that might be the kind of high note that we'll end on for tonight. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'll see you tomorrow. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here today. I'm glad you could make it. This is our last stream of the week. I realized I've got a bunch of stuff that I got to take care of tomorrow, so I don't really have time for a stream. Gonna be going to a family Christmas thing, and then getting ready for a trip. And anyway, today is our last stream of the week. It's gonna be a good one. And then I'll be back before you know it too, right on Sunday for a very special stream. Like these very special subs. Thank you so much, Comrade Simon, for the 10 gift subs there. Appreciate that very, very much. 10 lucky chatters won't have to watch a single ad, thanks to your generosity there. And they're almost excited, I think, as this lovely Tinamou bird. Holy cow. Oh, shoot! He'll be fine. Thank you, comrades.
1,000 bits
Really
can make a
appreciate
wonderful
that.
difference
And Dinosaur
in promoting
Dave.
the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Prehistoric Kingdom update. Oh, very cool. Nice. We'll see if we have time for that today. Yeah, I really appreciate the 1,000 bits there, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. We're gonna be having kind of a loosey-goosey stream today, I think. There's a chance we'll do Thursday Birds Day on Tuesday, just so our, we didn't finish Thursday Birds Day last week, did we? We might have to do that today. Just so we don't have too much of a backlog when we come back next week. But, yeah. And Prehistoric Kingdom added, oh, Mononicus. Oh, very cool, Dr. Terra. Nice. Anyhow. Happy Winter Solstice. That was Sunday, CBS Orge. Yeah. That was a lot of fun. Who was here for that? The special Thursday, or not Thursday, Winter Solstice stream on iOS's channel. Some of you were here for that. I appeared on it, which was a lot of fun. There. Waiting for this to load. Come on. There we go. This was a lot of fun. Unmute.
So close to my heart.
Oh my gosh, I didn't see you there. Hello. Wow.
Wow.
How's everybody doing?
Happy holidays.
It's weird to see the screen reversed.
What are you here?
Chat larger. I can't see.
Oh, here. That's
Is
why
it
I've got
up
it on my
I need
phone.
binoculars.
So I have it up above, Danny, if that makes it any easier.
Oh,
Can
no,
you
it
see
does,
that?
yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
yeah.
I couldn't see there was a Christmas tree in the way.
Personality.
How-
Anyway,
They weren't real good.
Lordy and Ios conspired to do Christmas renditions of Chat's
this little friend
pets.
Just really wanted.
It's just a lot of fun.
Good.
Yeah.
I know I was.
Next up, we got a friend of the stream. One of my favorites, really. It's Santa Paws. Oh my. Oh wow.
This is a lot of fun. And then afterward, we did a special solstice event. We watched an old planetarium show. Let's see if I can find the trailer for that. We didn't have as much scientific discussion as I would have preferred, but you know. Back when I lived in Bozeman, Montana, we had I had a tradition. At the planetarium there, they had a special show called Season of Light, which I think is from like the late 1990s, maybe? Here's the original version here, the one with this narrator, Charles Kuralt. It's good stuff.
In the North Country, this is the time of darkness and quiet and cold. The grizzly sleeps, the coyote scavenges, and the mountains are sealed in snow. The sun rises late and goes to bed early. The nights are longest now, and the stars burn cold and bright. The Romans celebrated the revival
Anyhow.
of the sun with the festival of Saturnalia.
Now, there's a dinosaur called Saturnalia. The sauropodomorph from Brazil, I want to say. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, the late Triassic Santa Maria Formation of Rio Grande do Sul, southern Brazil. Yeah. Anyhow.
Named for Saturn, their god of agriculture. For a week
This is,
around the solstice, the normal...
This is a lot of fun, and so they, you know, it has the typical planetarium stuff with all the stars. You talk about axial tilt, that being the reason for the season, the reason why we have seasons in the first place, all that good stuff. So our gimmick for this was that we watched this with Ios, but she was watching it through the VR headset, which was kind of a frustrating experience for everybody watching at home, I think. Just because she couldn't keep her head still.
Here's the Full Dome Show Season of Light from Loch Ness Productions.
I wasn't able to find one with the original narrator, but I had the files for this narrator, which was it was okay. She should have turned off the snow beforehand too.
You're really there.
This is a lot of fun.
Oh, thanks, Speedqueef, for the sub.
Thank you so much.
Anyway, later on, I turned off the snow, and I think that improved things. There we go.
What's she saying about me?
Each night.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, this is a lot of fun.
They're right there.
You know, if you're not yet following Ios, you're missing out.
It should be toward the middle.
Different kind of stream than what I do. Kind of video game focused. She also watches TV shows and stuff on
The
stream.
two
But...
planets were again in conjunction in
right?
Leo.
To the right.
Though this time, there was a spectacular difference. The two planets were so close together, they seemed to merge, blending their light to form a blazing beacon in the western sky.
Anyhow, yeah. Why did we get on talking about... Oh, yeah, somebody mentioned the solstice. But anyhow, yeah. You know, just in case there's anybody here who's not familiar with this concept, I feel like we should go over that real quick. How does axial tilt... Yeah, this is not fossil science, but it is important to understand how our planet functions and, you know, where seasons come from. Because a shocking number of adults, otherwise very intelligent, worldly people, just do not understand this concept at all. Even some people who purport to be to know a thing or two. I remember my science teacher in high school thought that the seasons were because the Earth gets closer and further from the sun.
It's Marvin, your cousin.
Dyson Dinosaur. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing?
You looking for? Well, listen to this.
Filippo, I hope you're having an excellent day. I hope you had an excellent stream. It's so good to see you. Welcome, Dyson Dinosaur. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas. An early Happy New Year and Merry Fishmas yesterday with the coelacanth. All that good stuff. I hope you had an excellent stream, Filippo. It's good to have you here. And if anybody in the audience is not yet following Dyson Dinosaur, you're missing out. Like me, he is a dinosaur paleontologist, but he works in Europe on iguanodontian dinosaurs. He just published a brand new one, Cariocecus. Just a couple months ago. This critter. And there's a gorgeous skull of this animal. He sent me the files so I could 3D print it. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, go follow Filippo Bertozzo, Dyson Dinosaur, if you like paleontology, or if you like tabletop gaming. He does that too, as you might imagine, given the name of his channel. My boy now has a Santa hat on his printed skull. Very nice, Dyson Dinosaur. Very nice. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anywho, Filippo, I was just about to explain to everybody through a video how the seasons work, because doing science outreach full time, I don't know. There's a certain obligation to explain certain scientific concepts, and this is one of those ones where I've been kind of surprised. A lot of folks don't know how this works. So let's just go over that real quick, shall we? Virtual elementary school. Let's see if this is any good. How the movement of the Earth and the Sun cause days, seasons, and years.
The Sun is at the center of the solar system.
Hopefully that's not news to anybody. It's not the end of the video. It just reminded me of a thing.
First, we all stink. Hey! That's according to a national survey ranking Springfield as the least popular city in America.
In science, dead last. I'm telling you people, the Earth revolves around the sun.
Burn him!
What a story!
You've stolen my soul!
Especially living in the United States nowadays, sometimes it kind of feels like that, you know? Anywho, we managed to get 7 seconds into the video. Let's restart it.
The Sun is at the center of the solar system. Earth is in orbit around the Sun. Earth orbits the Sun and completes one full revolution every 365 days, which is one Earth year.
Yep, you know this already.
Earth is also spinning on an axis. The axis is like an imaginary line that goes through the center of the planet from the North Pole to the South Pole. If you were in space looking down at the North Pole, Earth would be seen to spin counterclockwise. This spin is called the rotation.
Yep.
One full rotation is 1 day. One day on Earth is 24 hours.
Yep. But the tilt is the part that we're
It is nighttime when you're on the side of Earth facing away from the Sun, and daytime when you're on the side facing towards the Sun.
I mean, also savor this now before the United States federal government bans this information and has this video removed.
You'll notice that I placed the axis of the Earth on an angle. This is not a mistake. It's an important detail. Earth's axis is not perpendicular to the Sun. As Earth revolves around the Sun each year, the planet...
And what's funny is Stadler and Waldorf says that planet looks a little bit rough. Yeah, it's stylized. Clearly it's made of clay or Play-Doh or whatever, but that does bring up an interesting point. There's this thing that I encounter online a lot where sometimes people are inclined to go, oh, well, actually, it's not really like that. People do this a lot when the Earth is referred to as a sphere. Our Earth is round, obviously, goes without saying, but sometimes people object to that phrasing, not because they're flat earthers, but because they think they're really clever. And they go, well, actually, the Earth is not really a sphere. It's not a perfect sphere. It's more of a geoid. And it's true that the Earth does bulge slightly at the equators. At the equator. So, like, along the midline, it squashes a little bit. So the circumference of the Earth is a little bit wider at the equator than it is from top to bottom. However, you know, we're talking about a planet-sized body here. So when we say it bulges a little, it's negligible. I've heard multiple astronomers say this, and I trust them. I'm not an astronomer. I'm a paleontologist. I work on fossils. But I've heard multiple astronomers say that for the intents and purposes that matter to us as human beings, the Earth is a sphere. Geoid, sphere, whatever. Because if you were to take the Earth and then somehow shrink it down so it would be the size of, like, a billiard ball, you know, a billiard ball, the Earth would actually be more of a perfect sphere than this is. It's only because it's planet-sized that, you know, well, it's a few miles off or something like that, but when you shrink it down to this scale, we would consider it a perfect sphere. It would be smoother and more spherical than a typical billiard ball. So yeah. And Feist says, for general discussion, sphere is good enough, in my opinion. Exactly. Yeah. And Gnarly Heart says, dang, I never knew that. Yeah, there you go. In fact, let me find a reference on that too, so you know it's not just me saying this. Let's see here. See if I can find this spot in the transcript so we don't have to go through the whole video. Well, let's just find the short. I know he talks about it there. There we go.
Only 64% are convinced that the world is a ball.
Oh boy, who's this person talking in the background? Oh boy, whatever. Let's continue.
Let me tell you how good a sphere it is. All right, you ever see the geographic globes and you rub your finger over Nepal and you get the Himalayas, get the Rockies, and you say, oh, that is a gross exaggeration. Do you realize if you took Earth with all of its mountains, valleys, and hills and shrunk it down to the size of a cue ball, it would be smoother than any cue ball ever machined? Do you know the deepest part of Earth's crust? The Marianas Trench, off the coast of the Philippines, in the Pacific Ocean. Goes 6 miles down. The highest point on Earth's surface, the tip of K1, the Himalayan mountains. The distance between the lowest point on Earth's surface and the highest point on Earth's surface is 11 miles. That is less than the length of Manhattan, yet we are 8,000 miles in diameter. And those 2 points are very far separated from one another. If you were a cosmic giant and you came up to Earth and you rubbed your finger over Earth's surface, it would feel as smooth as a cue ball to you. Really?
Yeah.
Yes. Think about it.
What? And anyway. So don't just take it from me. I've heard other astronomers say this as well. So. Yeah. Explain Earth to Caveman Joe. It's yeah. Anyway. I wonder if he's been back on that show ever since this recent, like, rightward turn into goofball conspiracy theories and stuff like that. I wonder if he's had any legit scientists on the show at any point in the last couple of years. I kind of doubt it. At this point, it's like, if you're appearing on that program, that's like, people have to question, are you really credible? Joining that parade of... Anyway. But yeah, axial tilt is the reason for the season.
You'll notice that I placed the axis of the Earth on an angle. This is not a mistake. It's an important detail. Earth's axis is not perpendicular to the Sun. As Earth revolves around the Sun each year, the planet's tilt creates the seasons. When the northern hemisphere is tilted towards the Sun, it experiences summer.
Yep. So this is like we were talking about yesterday with the coelacanth. I always have to say at the beginning.
This 2nd, 1938. On this hot December day in East London, South Africa.
And you go, hot December day? What? What? Well, it's because it's summer in the southern hemisphere when it's winter in the northern hemisphere. And that's because of this. During boreal summer, So that is time around June, that part of the year. The northern hemisphere is pointed toward the sun. The southern hemisphere is pointed away from it. So when it's summertime up here, the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, it's wintertime down south in the southern hemisphere. Antarctica, Australia, South Africa, Argentina, etc. Make sense? That's why we have seasons like this.
This is because more energy from the sun is hitting the northern hemisphere. When it's summer in the northern hemisphere, it's winter in the southern hemisphere.
Yep.
When the northern hemisphere is tilted away from the sun, it is
other
winter.
half of the year.
This is because less energy from the sun is hitting that part of the planet.
Yep.
When it's winter in the northern hemisphere, it's summer in the southern hemisphere.
Get it? And then the year continues, the Earth continues its revolution around the sun, and the seasons continue.
When Earth is between these two positions, it is spring or autumn.
Yep. Yeah. Anywho. Sometimes it's fun to go over those basic concepts like that because there will be somebody in the audience for whom this is new information, you know? It's kind of the beauty of Twitch, is nobody comes here looking for science. And, I don't know, especially if you're from the United States, our science education here tends to be pretty abysmal. So there will be at least a few people who are otherwise very clever, intelligent, curious people, and they're like, wow, why was I never taught that before? You know? Anywho, yeah. And, Lenina says, I live in the American South. Yeah, warm Decembers are common, and they'll become increasingly common as climate change continues. But anyway, yeah. And Salamandius says, I found this just browsing and thought it looked cool. Well, welcome. Here. For you and anybody else who might be brand new to the channel, here's a quick little intro reel. This is what we're all about here on Paleontologizing.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats.
Thank you, Stadler.
What we're doing out here is science, too.
Appreciate that.
We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Yeah, that's what we're all about here. In 2026, we're starting, well, really diving into another really exciting thing. In fact, we're diving into this as soon as this coming Sunday, before the end of the year. New big stream mark for the new year. Leatherback turtles. On Sunday, I'm going to be going down to Monterey, California, and interviewing Scott Benson, who's a researcher and conservationist working on leatherback turtles. These are incredible animals that are still around today, despite having their origins way back in the Cretaceous period. They look like they're straight out of the age of dinosaurs because they are. This is a lineage that goes all the way back about 80 million years, maybe 100 million years. We're not totally sure, but we know they date back to the Mesozoic. They are critically endangered nowadays. Their populations are in steep decline because of human activities. But they're one of the most amazing animals you will ever see. we need to do everything that we can to protect them. This is a big thing that I'm going to be getting into in the next year. We're going to be interviewing different researchers and conservationists who work on leatherback turtles. We're going to see if we can get involved with research and conservation on these animals ourselves. Through these live streams, might even have a chance to go visit some nesting beaches or some research facilities and see some of these animals live in the flesh. That's the hope for the next year, so I'm pretty excited. I absolutely fell in love with these creatures back in May when I got to go on a trip to Puerto Rico to investigate some family history. And I'm so excited to be able to hopefully play a part in saving these animals from extinction. We'll be talking about that a little bit today, and a lot on Sunday. And I hope you're as excited as I am about this. And oh boy, no, Devin X says that's AI. No, that's a real animal. Leatherback turtles, they get that big.
Gorgeous gargantuans and authentic.
Nico the raccoon,
Because
thank
though
you.
they died out so long
The 17 months
their
of
fossil
support.
bones remain, so we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
Thank you, Miko, for keeping me online for the past 17 months. That is extraordinary, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Keeping me here on the air. It hurts my heart when someone sees an incredible animal like this, and in this this AI poison world that we're in, they go, "Oh, that's AI." No, these are real animals, and I want to show them to you in person. That's one of my goals for the next year. It is one of the world's largest living reptiles. In fact, apart from crocs, it is the biggest living reptile on our planet. There's one in, I think this is in Indonesia? Papua Barat, maybe? And there is researcher Scott Benson right there. And we're going to be interviewing on Sunday. They are extraordinary creatures. Yeah. Anywho, and Devin, yeah, back in the Cretaceous, there were other animals. These critters had to deal with. So this is not a leatherback per se, but it's another kind of giant leathery turtle called a protostegid. That's Archelon there. So that's a Tyrannosaurus crossing there. Anyhow, that's Archelon there, whose flipper is here on the back wall today, my office. There's a picture of it there. We're still trying to figure out how closely related the modern leatherback is to this animal. They do share a lot of skeletal similarities, but there's a lot of differences too. And it makes it tricky, you know, trying to figure out, are they super closely related, or did they evolve convergently and hit upon the same kind of basic body structure independently? So leatherback turtles, like these guys, also just have ribs that go across. They don't even have that fringe of bone around the side. Modern leatherbacks, their skeleton looks like this. That's not the best mount. The ribs shouldn't be crisscrossing. The fingers should be together in the paddles, but like this. That's the skeleton of a leatherback turtle. They don't have a hard shell like other turtles do. And I'll be talking about this on Sunday with Scott. It's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, they do not have a hard shell. You think of turtles, you think about an animal with a shell. The leatherback does have a shell, but it's leathery. And there are hard parts in it, but they're little dermal ossicles. So there's like it's like a pavement, almost like a mosaic tile sort of deal with these ossicles. They look like this. And they're arranged in a kind of pavement on its back. That's so weird. It's so tough to find images of these. Yeah. Anyway, so after the animal dies, they just all scatter. It's not like a sea turtle shell like this, where it's like one big, solid piece. It's not like that at all. Yeah. Anyhow. 1 out of 5,000 survived to age that size. Yeah, Devin, yeah, basically. So, you'll hear different figures. 1 out of every 1,000, 1 out of every 7,000, 1 out of every 10,000 baby sea turtles actually reaches maturity. Yeah, they have a lot of babies. We'll be talking about that later today. Yeah. As Stadler and Waldorf, do they extend their necks? No. So no sea turtles do that. The interesting thing about turtles, I learned recently, all turtles, and there's something like 300 living species, something like that. Let's look them up. Turtles, studentese. Every single species of living turtle has the same number of vertebrae in its neck, the same number of cervical vertebrae. So there's, only 231 species. Okay. They all have the same number of neck bones. I think it's 8. So there's, within turtles, well, actually, let's count real quick. Look at this one. Wikimedia Commons. This is not the best photo, but 1, 2, 3, 4. There's probably Atlas and Axis kind of hiding behind the skull. So yeah, I think that's 8. Ta-da. There we go. I don't know if it's going to say here on Wikipedia, but they do have the... Oh, there we go. All turtle species have 8 neck vertebrae, a consistency not found in other reptiles, but similar to mammals. There's something about the way that their genes code for developing an embryo that they have to have 8 neck vertebrae. If there's a mutation that causes more or fewer neck vertebrae, that is a fatal mutation. So that individual does not survive. That's like a core part of their code. If there's an error in that part of the code for building a baby turtle, it bricks the whole thing. So, yeah. And yeah, Dunder Gunder, mammals all have, well, nearly all of them have 7 neck vertebrae. So... both humans and, say, giraffes, we have the same number of vertebrae in our neck. 7. Giraffe's neck vertebrae are just very long. It's a similar thing with mammals, where, like, if there's some sort of a mutation that gives them more or fewer neck vertebrae, that's a fatal mutation. They do not survive that. So yeah, another fun fact in the bar. There you go, Stadler. Yeah. It's very different from like. Well, yeah, it's interesting that all turtles have 8 apparently. Who can tell me what the record is and whom it's held by for the reptile with the greatest number of cervical vertebrae? The most neck bones in a reptile. What is it? Who is it? You know this one, Claire? Not extant. No, extinct. Extinct or extant. Who's got the most neck bones? Do we have any guesses? Deathsaurus says snake. It's all neck. No, snakes actually have very short necks, I think. If you said a type of elasmosaur, which is a kind of plesiosaur, then you are correct. So this is Albertonectes. They didn't come up with the name Albertonectes in reference to its neck. It just means the Alberta swimmer, because it's from Alberta, Canada. But check that out. The number of cervical vertebrae here. I think it's 76. A crazy number of neck vertebrae. So yeah. Yeah. Pretty astonishing, right? So for whatever reason, these guys, the elasmosaurs, and a lot of other marine reptiles, they could just multiply their neck vertebrae and it doesn't matter. Like, it worked out really well for them, in fact. We're still not totally sure why they need to have such long necks. Like, what's the deal here? It's still kind of a mystery, to a certain extent. But it's really interesting in that they have the same mode of locomotion, or a similar mode of locomotion, to modern sea turtles. So critters like this, elasmosaurs, they swam doing what we refer to as like underwater flight. So kind of like a penguin. They would flap those flippers like that in order to propel themselves through the water. Although these guys might be... I was talking with some marine reptile researchers at SVP last month. I said, do you think they're doing the penguin thing or a double penguin thing? Are they flapping both sets of paddles, both sets of flippers at the same time? And the answer I got was, yeah, probably. They're probably using both sets. And PEO 1998, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Gunner Gunner says, how can it be so narrow? Where are the muscles to maneuver that head and neck? Yeah, the thing is, with these guys, we're not totally sure how they work. With an animal with a neck this long, like, what's it doing? We encountered one of these in person back in June.
Let's protect our fossils, because
Dr. Irrefutable, thank you.
America loses them forever.
32 months. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to you too, Dr. Irrefutable. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. Dr. Irrefutable. 32 months, holy cow. At tier 2, no less. Nice. And PEO 1998, thank you for the prime. Sorry, those two alerts were one right after the other. Thank you, PEO. Appreciate it, PEO. Thank you. Thanks for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Here, let's find that VOD when we were hanging out with that elasmosaur in Wyoming. This is right before field season started. Right at the beginning of the field season, rather. Here we are. Yeah, nice. So this is at, well, the next month. The whole month of June, I'm going to be out in the field digging up dinosaurs, and it's such a privilege to be able to share that with all of you. Anyway, we happen to have some fossils on display right here that we're going to talk about in just a minute. But we turn auto rotate off. Let's see, let's get rid of those tabs. On our elasmosaur. And pull up the chat here. Anyway, hope everybody's having a great day so far. And again, here we go. With Triceratops at the end. Let's go over here. I love this mount over here. This is so cool. This is at Western Wyoming Community College. This is a really impressive in, I think, Rock Springs, Wyoming? So I want to emphasize very strongly, this is not a dinosaur. This is a marine reptile. Yep. This is a kind of elasmosaur. It might be Elasmosaurus, or it might be Thalassomodon, or... I think it is Elasmosaurus. I don't think it's Elzadasaurus. I'm not sure. I don't work on these guys. Again, this is not a dinosaur. But it is an Elasmosaur. And that is a crazy long neck right there. Just an insane number of neck vertebrae. Just the neck alone, I think, is over 20 feet long. So that's almost 7 meters. Just the neck. Crazy. Pretty extraordinary. And so the way that the neck vertebrae are actually set up, like in cross-section, they have almost this kind of like double barrel setup in cross-section. So this is a head-on view there. So that's the ventral side, there's the dorsal side, so top, bottom. You're looking at it head-on right there. So like cross-section of the neck. See how it's got like almost a binoculars kind of, like double barrel kind of setup there? That seems to be an adaptation to limit the amount of horizontal flexibility. So as these animals are propelling themselves through the water, they don't want their neck kind of flapping to the side, because then that would... Well, it's like you're trying to move through the water and you're holding like a broomstick in front of you. If you turn it just a little bit to the side, it'll go ugh, with the water resistance. And it'll like jerk your arms to the side like that. You need to be really strong to be able to hold that in front of you as you're propelling yourself forward. This is an adaptation for doing that. So whatever these guys are doing, they are holding their necks out fairly straight in front of them. There do seem to be adaptations so they can do dorsal-ventral flexion, so they can move their neck up and down in the water column, but they're not really moving all around a lot side to side, it seems. So Stellenwalder says they may have swam backwards. We don't have any evidence of that. Yeah, like why would they do that? Anyway, yeah. And Stellenwalder says, I love how we go from one thing to another on this channel. From the turtles back. I mean, yeah. That's the cool thing about science, is that so many different things you can use as analogies to explain other things. Sometimes there's a finding from one particular scientific field that helps unlock a mystery in a different field. When we're studying extinct organisms, as paleontologists, when we're looking at an animal like this, when we're trying to figure out what in the world is it doing, how does it work, we look at the modern world for clues. We look at animals today that might have similarities to this. And that can give us ideas for hypotheses that we can test. So when you're trying to brainstorm, like, what in the world is this critter doing? Why did it evolve this crazy, stupid long neck like this? What's going on with that? What's with those paddles? Well, you can look at modern animals that have paddle-like limbs that also live in the oceans, things like sea turtles. We can look at how they use those to propel themselves. So a figure that I have right here, framed on the wall today, that relates to that. Here it is. Oh boy. Okay. There we go. So here is a short-necked plesiosaur. I think this is a polycotylid. And this is a leatherback turtle. And it's interesting that they do have this same kind of streamlined, almost teardrop shape to their body. This evolved for moving through the water with minimal resistance. So the kind of smoother and more streamlined you are, the less hard you have to work to swim. So these guys are beautifully well adapted for life in the oceans. And then you've got the paddles there. They're proportionally larger on the leatherback, the pectoral flippers at least, the arms, than on this guy. But on sea turtles, they don't actually propel themselves with their hind flippers. And we'll see some footage of leatherback turtles later on in today's stream, and you'll see how these don't flap. The back ones don't do that. These are essentially like the elevators on an airplane. So you've got the back flaps like that. These move up and down, and they can do that in a non-synchronized way in order to help the plane turn. That's essentially what these are. They're used for steering and as stabilizers. So you're flapping with the front flippers, moving around a lot. These help you stay steady and they help you steer. But on our plesiosaur, and again, this is a short-necked plesiosaur. It's not one of the crazy long-necked elasmosaurs. It's a short-necked plesiosaur. It's kind of penguin-shaped, really. Their hind flippers don't look like this. In fact, they might be doing like a double penguin thing, where they're flapping with all 4 of those flippers in order to propel themselves. Very different from how turtles work. So I'll show you... walking with dinosaurs. Liopluridum. This is from 1999. And I think it still holds up pretty well. Oh boy. This is a short-neck plesiosaur. This one's from the Jurassic. And we'll go like this so we don't get copyright stricken. So, front and back flippers, both used for propulsion. Yeah, they weren't actually that big. A little bit exaggerated. So front flippers and back flippers. And let's find the... Yeah, here we go. And so that's kind of the normal cruising kind of... Here, like they got to go up to the air to breathe, up to the surface to breathe. So alternating flapping like that, front and back. That's probably what they're doing most of the time, but for a sudden burst of speed, like you'll see here, they could synchronize them. It's an alternating pattern. Actually, is this the one that I was... There's a sudden, like, burst of speed that one of them shows during one of these spots, and I thought it was really neat. Here we go. Nope. Here we go. So, instead of going from alternating, using both sets in synchronicity at the same time, you can get an extra burst of speed. Watch. Woof! Like that. See what I mean? Well, I hope this serves to illustrate that when we're looking at extinct animals, modern animals can provide us really important clues figuring out what these extinct critters were doing. But they're not always perfect analogies. Sometimes we have to use our imaginations and try and figure out, okay, how is it the same? How is it different? Why do those differences matter? What are they for? You know? And Crimson, I'm not totally sure where the 25-meter estimates came from there. Yeah. Liopluridon, nowadays, that critter is thought to be maybe like 15 meters, I think. There we go. Size. Walking with Dinosaurs depicted it as an enormous apex predator reaching 25 meters or 82 feet long and 150 tons. That would make it the, like, largest animal that ever lived, the heaviest. Well, heaviest, it's in the water, but you know what I mean. This representation is based on a vertebra discovered near Peterborough, which, with which Dave Martill, then a consultant of the series, extrapolated to a size today recognized as very exaggerated, but at the time seen as reliable. Well, there you go. That's... Anyway. Yeah. And apparently that vertebra might have actually come from a sauropod dinosaur. Okay. Interesting. Anyway, nowadays, Liopluridon has been significantly downsized. I don't think it was really that big. Yeah. But there were some really, really big short-necked plesiosaurs, pliosaurs, things like Kronosaurus, or the plesiosaur formerly known as Kronosaurus. This is pretty big too, but also probably not as large as everyone once thought. Anyway, yeah. Probably smaller than a croc, says Shane. No, it would still be larger than any crocodilian today. For something like, I don't know, that depiction of Liopluridon here. This is certainly more bulky than any crocodilian today, and longer too. So if that's 5 meters there... This would put it at about 6 1/3 meters. 6 meters. This is still like 25 feet long. Something like that. Which is longer than the longest saltwater crocodile in the world today, as far as I know. I think they top out at about 22 feet. And this is certainly more bulky. There's more massive. There's more mass there. So, yeah. Anywho. And then earlier in the Mesozoic, you had even larger marine reptiles. We have fragmentary remains of ichthyosaurs, which were like blue whale sized. Things like Ichthyotitan could have potentially been larger than a blue whale. Again, based on really fragmentary material, like the distal end of a lower jaw. But yeah, these guys were phenomenal. just absolutely gargantuan. Yeah. We need more material from them, you know? To really figure out how big they could really get, because when you only have a few scraps, like this for Ichthyotitan, is there a chance they just had a stupidly large lower jaw? And it was bigger than the rest of their body, so you can't really use that to scale them up? Or is that proportional to the rest of the body, and they really were this large, you know? We need more fossils. Yeah. And Kenneth says, any relatives of them? And there's none around today. Ichthyosaurs went completely extinct with no descendants somewhere in like the middle Cretaceous. End of the early Cretaceous, whatever. And these guys don't make it out of the Triassic period, as far as I know. The supergiant ichthyosaurs die out at the end of the Triassic, and then that ecological niche that they left open was filled by plesiosaurs, and there were some big ichthyosaurs too, but not as big as this during the Jurassic. And then later mosasaurs would get pretty big too, but never, it seems, quite this big. These were absolutely gargantuan animals. And I had the opportunity to go to a special exhibit featuring these critters in Reno, Nevada, just a few months ago. This is a special temporary exhibit that's only going to be open until like January 11th, and then it closes forever, as far as I know. It's called, I think, Sea Dragons of Nevada is the name of the exhibit. It is super cool stuff. If any of you live anywhere near here, make sure you go see this exhibit before it closes. It's so cool. Yeah, check it out.
The Nevada Museum of Art is the only accredited art museum in the state of Nevada.
Really?
And we also have a really unique focus. We have a research center that's dedicated to art and environment. A few years ago, we saw a major article in the New York Times about this huge ichthyosaur skull that had been excavated in the state of Nevada. And we soon realized the paleontologist behind that was Dr. Martin Sander from Bonn, Germany.
Dyson Dinosaur has done field work with Martin Sander. I'm going to see if maybe I might be able to join one of his crews this next year. We'll see.
These special fossil finds from Nevada often get taken out of Nevada and housed elsewhere at museums in California, in Utah, and we wanted to find a way to bring those back, bring them close to their point of origin.
We have some of these in Berkeley.
An entire exhibition and an experience around this animal we know as the ichthyosaur.
Hey, Cacklinsworth, how you doing? Welcome, welcome.
What is an ichthyosaur? The name means simply the fish lizard.
Yep.
The ichthyosaurs of the Jurassic look very familiar to us. They look like a modified dolphin. But the ones from Nevada from the Triassic period
a bit bulkier,
something that has evolved before in a group called mosasaurs. So it's really kind of a sea monster design. It's a fierce head and then a very long body with 4 fins.
Look at that. Look at the teeth in there, right here.
There's a
big old eye
thin
socket,
snout, and there's an
orbit.
enormous eye that is 9 inches in diameter.
Yeah.
So, like this. A large...
And some of them, like Shonosaurus and presumably Ichthyotitan, they had eyeballs even larger. Probably the largest eyes that any animal has ever had. Just extraordinary.
Eye will indicate one of 2 things, or 2 things together. Either high visual acuity.
Hey, Cinnamon Row, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
For low light, you can do 2 things. You can either be active at night, or you can go deep into the ocean. These giant eyes evolved very early on. And then they remained a hallmark of ichthyosaur evolution to the end of when they died out.
I got this in London at the Natural History Museum.
Dr. Martin Sander is a paleontologist who has been working here in Nevada for over 30 years.
So one of his big research interests is super gigantic animals. Like what causes colossal size in different lineages of animal? What are the environmental conditions that lead up to that and all that stuff? I'll give you a link to this if you want to watch the whole thing. It is super cool. And if any of you get a chance to visit this museum before this exhibit closes in, I think, what is it, January 11th? You should totally take the opportunity to go see it. You will not regret it. Let's see, where's the part with the... Oh, here we go. This was, apart from the fossils, probably my favorite part of the exhibit. Yeah.
A large-scale digital immersive installation by a contemporary artist that really brings these animals to life.
Like, being here in the exhibit hall and then seeing this projected life-size on the wall next to you, it's deeply affecting. Seeing something that big moving in a lifelike way out of the corner of your eye, it almost triggers like a fight or flight response. It's hard to describe. It's incredibly cool, you know? And I think that the fact that they did it in this really lo-fi kind of way really adds to it. It could have been corny, but it's instead just like ethereal, and it's hard to describe.
See in the show animations of these animals in full scale.
Yep.
It's just white dots on a black background. So it is super abstract.
So simple.
And Ivan, who's the computer genius of the animations of the projections, he actually used a game engine. It's called the Unreal Engine, and all the highly sophisticated computer games that feel super realistic. I said, I just want to see white dots that make up these gigantic animals. So he had to basically make the unreal again, or take the realism, the pseudo-realism out of the 3D.
It's so cool. It's so cool.
Into the abstraction that we see now. And with that, we have the advantage that we can relate to them because they swim, they move, they seem to react to us as an audience.
Yeah. It's so cool. And again, this is like a whale-sized animal swimming past you on the screen there. It's humbling, really.
An atmosphere that helps you to suspend disbelief.
Yeah.
I wanted to recreate the sense of the 3 desert mountain ranges of Nevada where these specimens have been found. And I took these characteristic mountain lines of these different mountain ranges, and then I wanted to use the humblest material that you can possibly find.
Particle boards.
OSB boards, which are these very rough industrial wooden planks. So I wanted to use this very humble material that somehow gets erected in the desert and create the mountain ranges of the desert out of them.
That's so cool. And there's one of those ichthyosaur paddles right there. What's interesting is that these guys, ichthyosaurs, these are modified fingers and toes in the paddles. So those are finger and toe bones, phalanges. But they don't look like, say, these on a turtle. So this is an Archelon hind flipper. You can still see the toe bones. They look a lot like our finger bones, you know? We've got a smaller print of that right here. So again, the individual finger bones. So digit 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And they've got those individual finger bones in there, or toe bones, I guess in this case. It's the hind limb. They look very different in a plesiosaur, which is, well, plesiosaurs too, and ichthyosaurs. Each of these bones is flattened out. They look like hockey pucks. They don't look like phalanges anymore. it's kind of extraordinary just how well adapted they were for ocean life like this. You know? Those are finger bones there, flattened out. They look like stepping stones or squashed hockey pucks or something like that. Paving stone bones, says Clever. Yeah. Yeah. Bonkers. And they form the paddles. Flat bones for flat paddles. So cool. But why? You know? Ichthyosaurs did this very early on. Like, ichthyosaurs, it seems like they probably first evolved in the earliest Triassic period. So... those super huge ichthyosaurs are from, I think, the lower or middle Triassic. And they already have the super flattened finger bones in the paddles. Even though they first evolved here at the beginning of the Triassic, we think, after the Permo-Triassic extinction event. And already, like that, they've got those flat finger bones. Contrast that with sea turtles, which our modern sea turtles seem to originate probably in the Cretaceous. So, something like 100 million years ago, something like that. And over 100 million years, they didn't develop their phalanges into hockey puck-shaped bones. They still look like finger and toe bones. Why? Why, you know? For whatever reason, there wasn't that evolutionary pressure for them to do that. Maybe it has something to do with returning to the land to lay their eggs. Because all sea turtles do this. They still have an attachment to the terrestrial realm. They still have an obligation to come back onto the land to lay their eggs. Maybe it has something to do with that, because ichthyosaurs did not do this. Ichthyosaurs gave birth to live young in the water column, and we have the fossils to prove it. So there is a mother ichthyosaur. This might be Stenopterygius here, Jurassic ichthyosaur. And there is a baby exiting the birth canal. She probably didn't die giving birth. She was probably just, you know, almost ready to give birth, and then she died, and then the embryo just kind of slipped out during decomposition. This isn't like, bow, you're dead during childbirth. It's probably more, she was getting ready to do it, and then she died, and then as she's decaying, baby kind of slips out. But yeah, this is one of the ways that we know that they gave birth to live young. Sea turtles never did that, though. And it is kind of a mystery as to why. Why did sea turtles never develop live birth? Because all the other major marine reptile groups did. Everything from sea snakes to mosasaurs, we think, plesiosaurs, probably even the marine crocs, the ocean-going crocodilomorphs, things like Metriorhynchus. These guys were probably giving birth to live young in the water, not coming back onto land to lay their eggs. They probably never would have come up onto land their whole lives. These ocean-going crocs. There's two of them chasing a coelacanth there. Merry Fishmans. So if crocs were developing live birth in the water, why did turtles never do that? You know? Why? It's a mystery, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, we'll get back to marine reptiles in a bit. I'll be talking more about leatherback turtles on today's stream as we get ready for our special interview with Scott Benson on Saturday. Or on Sunday, rather. Yeah, I'm going to be sitting down in person in Monterey, California, with this guy at the top. Not a leatherback turtle, with a leatherback researcher, Scott Benson. Here he is here on the left of that leatherback on the deck of that boat. We're going to be talking about leatherback turtles on Sunday for a special stream, and looks like we're going to be on the front page, which I am very excited about. It's going to be an excellent way to kick off our big leatherback conservation arc for 2026, so I hope you'll join me for that. 1 p.m. interview with Scott Benson on Sunday. It's going to be awesome. Yeah. But yeah. Sundays. That's clever, yes. Anyway, so we'll be talking more about that in a bit. But I gotta do Metazoa before we forget. Let's jump into that. Our daily animal guessing challenge. We've got an hour and 5 minutes to do this. I think that'll be plenty of time. Let's go ahead and see what our mystery animal of the day is. Let's guess it up.
Hold on to your butts.
So if any of you are new to this, well, this is a fun little daily guessing game. Each day, it's a lot like that game Wordle. Yeah, you've seen people sharing this on social media, this like word guessing game. This is a lot like that, except we're using an evolutionary family tree, a phylogeny, to try and narrow down what our mystery animal of the day is. And there's a new one each day. This is heavily biased toward mammals, which makes sense because presumably the programmers who built this are mammals themselves. So, you know, we can forgive them for that. And Too Bad Crew, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. I forgot to do a blue sky post. We'll do it after this. This game is biased toward mammals, so give me the name of a mammal to start with, chat. If we start with a mammal, that might eliminate a few guesses, because we're trying to do this in as few guesses as possible. Moose, cat, armadillo, giraffe. Yeah, I like moose. Let's start with moose. That's an artiodactyl. A cloven-hoofed ungulate. Hoofed mammal. It's funny. A moose is actually more closely related to a whale than it is to a horse. You look at a moose and you go, that looks kind of like a horse, right? Those are superficial similarities. A moose is more closely related to a whale. And Pio says tiger. That'd be a good one, too. We're going to go with moose, though. I already typed it. Let's see. And, oh, right. Okay, it is a Boreoeutherian, but it's not a moose. So, we're doing pretty well there. Let me show you what we mean. What I mean. Use this Tree of Life tool to help illustrate this. So, as far as we know, all life on Earth is related. It all stemmed from one common ancestor about 3.5 billion years ago, give or take. That's why all life on Earth has a cellular structure, all of it has DNA. It's because all of the creatures on our planet, everything from ladybugs to bacteria to octopus, to us, everything seems to have evolved from one common ancestor about 3.5 billion years ago. Which is why we've all got cells, we've all got DNA. Yeah. Thankfully, Metazoa is not all life, it's just animals. So we're only talking about 1.4 million species, give or take. We guessed moose. It's genus Alces. It's part of Cervidae, the deer family, right over here. Yeah. Moose, aka elk in other parts of the world. Only a little bit confusing. We guessed moose, and Boreoeutheria says, nope. Sorry, best I can do for you is Boreoeutheria, which is actually really good. So, our critter is not a moose, our mystery animal. It's not part of this family. We can broaden out a bit. It's not an artiodactyl. Right here, there's the whales too. Yeah, it's not an artiodactyl. It's not part of this clade. I think this might be Scrotifera. It's not part of Laurasiatheria, but it is part of Boreoeutheria. Right here. Boreoeutheria. So what this tells me is it's not a Laurasiathere, but it is a Boreoeutheria, and it's got to be part of this clade, the Euarchontoglires. So this is primates, like us, and rodents, and a few other relatives. So, we know it's got to be a Euarchontogliron. But is it a Euarchonton, or is it a member of Glires? Which way? Should we take a left or a right? Is it going to be a rodent or relative, or a primate or relative? Just by the numbers, it's probably going to be a rodent or relative. There's 2,000 species in this group, and there's fewer over here. There's only fewer than 400 for Euarchontons. So chances are it's probably going to be a rodent or relative. Clipper says we should knock out primates by checking gorilla. We could, but just by the numbers, in terms of probability, it's probably going to be one of these. Yeah. We could not should. Yeah, no worries, Claire. Yeah. So I don't know. Give me the name of a rodent or a kind of rabbit or whatever, and we'll guess that. Kangaroo rat, says Leatherback. That's a good one. Here's pikas and rabbits. Rodents. Let's see if they have kangaroo rat. They do not. Sorry. They do have gerbil, says Dundergunder. Let's try gerbil. Gerbils, I think, are part of the hamster family, which is a kind of rodent. Okay, so our critter is a rodent. See? I knew we should go with Glires. Good, good, good. It was not a primate. It is a member of Rodentia. But it's not... Yeah, here, let's jump to gerbil here. And we'll retrace our steps and see where we should... That was weird. There we go. Holy cow, are there 51 species of gerbil? I didn't know that. That's nuts. There's so many gerbils. Too many, says CBS Orange. Well, that's the thing, is that, like, rodents are almost half of all mammal species. You know? It's the most speciose clade of its rank within Mammalia. So many different mammal species are rodents. There's so many different rodent species. Voles, too, are kind of rodent. Yeah, Lil Topo. So rodents include... mice and rats and squirrels and porcupines, hamsters, gerbils, true mice, kangaroo rats, voles, deer mice. Yeah, there's so many different kinds of rodent. It's kind of crazy. 2,000 species. 2,000! Yeah, rodents and bats too, also very speciose, Dinosaur Dave, yeah. Yeah. And the capybara, there you go, Shane, yeah. Yeah. What's a spring husk? Well, it's kind of rodent. It looks squirrely. this related to spring hares? Cool. It's not a kangaroo. No, kangaroos are marsupials. That's a spring hare, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. Don't nobody say that, oh, looks like a Pokemon. Don't say it. Don't say it. It's a real animal. A spring hare. Which is not actually a hare. It's a kind of rodent. Hares and rabbits are lagomorphs. They're outside of rodentia. They're not sure rodents. Yeah. That's so cool. I want to look up a video of these guys. Spring hares. A wild critter. Wow, from South Africa. Very cool. So like the coelacanth, they're also from South Africa. Wow. Oh, that is so cool. I did not know these animals existed until today's stream, I'll admit it. Wow. And that explains the Dutch name. Exactly, Kakensdorf, yeah. Yeah. Springhas. Yeah. Let's take a look.
Spring hares are burrowing rodents that look somewhat like a combination of a squirrel, a hare, and a kangaroo. You'll see why a kangaroo when it starts hopping around. They are nocturnal and mostly herbivorous. Being a furred animal with a long tail that is used for balance and that is often against the ground, spring hares clean their tails a lot, pulling off debris that has collected on its bushy tail with its teeth and claws. When it begins to hop, you can really see the resemblance to a kangaroo. The spring hare can hop 20 centimeters across and leap up to 2 meters.
Wow.
This spring hare is blind in or missing one eye. The working eye reflects the infrared light of the camera back at it via the tapetum lucidum, a reflective layer of cells in the retina. The blind eye is obvious because it doesn't reflect any light, and so must have some degree of retinal damage. Despite its handicap, this spring hare looks very healthy. My favorite thing about spring hares, besides the adorable hop, is that their fur is bioluminescent. Not much is known about their bioluminescence, but it is likely very important in social interactions.
That's so cool. And I think we've got another video about that. That luminosity there. Check this out.
Scientists recently made an illuminating discovery about a type of jumping rodent called a spring hare. Spring hares glow pink, bright pink, under UV light.
Wild. Very cool.
Many types of animals are known to glow, from insects and other invertebrates to amphibians and lizards and reptiles, but mammals glowing is something that's really rare. However, in recent years, scientists have found more and more examples of mammals that glow under UV light, and they do this using something called fluorescence. What this means is that they have structures in mammals, it's in their fur, they absorb light and re-emit it in a different wavelength. So that makes their fur appear to be a different color. Now, at the end of last year, scientists found that platypuses glow like greenish blue under UV light, which was just amazing. And recently, the same group of scientists found that spring hares, which are jumping rodents that are found in parts of Africa, also glow. However, their glow is a vibrant, bright pink. And while platypuses had sort of a uniform glow all over their bodies, spring hares, their glow was a little more patchy. It was in these patterns that there were spots and swirls, and they were really, really different from individual to individual. Actually really unique for what scientists have figured out so far about glowing mammals. And how did scientists figure this out? Well, as it happens, they were in a museum collection at the Field Museum in Chicago, and they had already found evidence that flying squirrels glow pink. I know, it's crazy, right? So they started looking at a type of mammal called a scaly-tailed squirrel, and they didn't glow. But one drawer over was a closely related mammal called a spring hare. So they're like, okay, well, we'll look at that too. And when they shone the black light on the spring hares, they saw just these incredibly vivid pink colors just jumped out. It was something that was really exciting for them to see. But there are still so many questions about how they might, how this type of glow might be used, how it might benefit the animals. Is it something they use to communicate with each other? Is it something they use to confuse predators? These are all unanswered questions right now that scientists are very eager to investigate further. Scientists are also very curious about how far this glowing trait extends across the mammal family tree, because so far they found evidence of glowing in platypuses, which are monotremes or egg-laying mammals. They found it in a type of opossum, which is a marsupial. They found it in placental mammals. So it's really at this point just a matter of looking and looking and looking and seeing how many more mammals glow, and it could be a lot more than you think.
Interesting. Wild. It does make me wonder if that's actually an adaptation, if that's something these critters evolved because of the selection pressure, or if it's just kind of a weird fluke where it's like it doesn't have any bearing on survivability or fitness, anything else. It's just whatever they're doing with their fur just happens to fluoresce when you shine a black light on them, you know? Yeah. Further drop says, I love science. Me too. I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Here's the link to that other video there, Claire. And RB42 says, does it mean that some animals can see the glow, or could it just be weird and glowy? I think we don't really know. Yeah. So mammals famously don't have very good eyesight for the most part. Most mammals can't really see in color very well. We as primates are a weird exception. We re-evolved color vision. But most mammals don't have very good color vision at all. Most mammals are, if they're adapted for anything vision-wise, it's seeing at night. And that very well might be that might harken back to mammals' history during the Mesozoic era. The thing you gotta understand about mammals is that there's some turtles and birds in there. What is that? Mammals. There we go. The thing you gotta understand about mammals is that for the majority of mammals' evolutionary history, they were kind of living under the boot heel of the dinosaurs.
The biggest question of all surrounding the dinosaurs is why.
And Mr. Lewis King, holy cow, how are you doing? Speaking of mammals, the former Octavius King here, how are all of those marvelous little mischievous mammals doing? By which I mean your chatters. How are the rats, too? We set up a kissing booth with the rats. Really, Voltmog? Well, well, well. You came in at the perfect time because we're talking about rodents right now. Yeah, and I won't forget about the game XVR. I know. We're going off on a tangent here. But, yeah, we're playing Metazoa, and our critter is some kind of rodent. We gotta figure out what kind. So we stumbled upon this critter, the East African spring hare. And then we started watching videos of these critters and talking about them. This is an animal that I wasn't really aware of. They are so cool. And it turns out that apparently they fluoresce. Their fur fluoresces under UV light. So we were just talking about vision in mammals and whether or not they can actually see that. Is that an adaptation? Is that something that they evolved specifically for one reason or another? Or is it just like a fluke where whatever they're doing with their fur chemically, it just happens to fluoresce and fluorescing wasn't the goal? I don't know. Yeah. But, what cool critters, you know? Yeah. And do they jump like kangaroos? They do, Kenneth. Yeah, you're seeing them right now. Yeah. Spring hares. These ones are in South Africa. Look at that. How cool are they? Oh, man. Anyway, so I was talking about how, for the majority of their history, mammals have been kind of under the boot heel of the dinosaurs. So both dinosaurs and mammals first originated in the Triassic period. And I guess I'm talking about stem mammals here. True mammals might not show up until the earliest Jurassic, but, you know, we had little things like, Morganucodon. These guys were skittering about, I think, in the late Triassic, right? Is it a true mammal or is it not? Yeah, late Triassic to middle Jurassic. We'll for the purposes of this discussion, we'll call this animal a mammal. You know? The point is that both mammals and dinosaurs first evolved during the Triassic. So for the rest of the Triassic period, and all of the Jurassic, and all of the Cretaceous, we're talking over 150 million years. Basically, most, if not all, mammals looked like this. Little shrew-like, rat-like, vole-like, possum-like. Little guys just kind of skulking around in the shadows. None of them ever got bigger than, like, I don't know, a dachshund or something? Maybe a large badger. That's like the very largest mammals during the entire age of the dinosaurs. Never really got any bigger than this. Whereas you had dinosaurs that were 130 feet long in some cases. Maybe they weighed 70 tons. Dinosaurs ruled these environments, and mammals, for the most part, stayed very, very small. Most of the fossils that we have of mammals from the age of dinosaurs are just tiny little teeth or bones, little jaw bones, stuff like that. The point is, mammals stayed small. It's only after the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds, that mammals were allowed to get big and turn into the various mammal lineages that we have today. Cats and dogs and whales and bats and camels and horses and all these cool mammals that we have today. Most of the mammals during the Mesozoic, this is the general vibe we're talking about here. Something small. And we think that they're mostly living underground in burrows, maybe coming out to eat insects and stuff at night, kind of like you see here. Yeah. And because of that, because for 150 million years, mammals were mostly living in burrows, mostly coming out at night, we think probably trying to hide from dinosaurs for the most part. 150 million years, they had to focus on night vision, being able to see in the dark. Color vision was lost for most mammals as a result of that, which is why most mammals today do not have good color vision, you know? That's one of the reasons why tigers, even though they might look very vibrant to us, if you can't see in color, this is brilliant camouflage. So to a deer, the prey of tigers like this, it's brilliant camouflage, you know? Not so much for us. Yeah. Anyhow, that's because for, you know, the age of mammals so far is 66 million years long. For 66 million years, mammals haven't had to be mostly in burrows, mostly coming out at night, living in the shadow of the dinosaurs. 66 million years, they've been able to do whatever they wanted, figuratively speaking. But for twice that length, they were living under the dinosaurs' reign. It's important to remember that. For 2/3 of mammals' tenure on our planet, they were living under the domination of the dinosaurs. Important to remember. Anywho. Yeah. Anywho. Let's get back to our guessing game here. Gonna try and figure out what our rodent is. We guessed gerbil. And Metazoist says, nope, it is part of Rodentia, though. We're 2 guesses in, and we've narrowed it down pretty far. So, spring hare. Where's our gerbils again? Gerbils. There's like 50 species of gerbil. It's crazy. Yeah, now it's gonna get tough, I bet, says Claire. We'll see if we can be clever about this. Holy cow, 51 species of gerbil. Gerbils are over here. Gerbils, heards, and sand rats. Interesting. I'm guessing it's going to be something more basal. It could be a kind of squirrel. Squirrels are an early branching lineage. Just looking at the tree this way. So, we've got 304 species of squirrel? What? That's so many. Who knew squirrels are so speciose? Holy cow. Let's see what kind of squirrels they have here. It could also be a capybara. Sometimes we overthink it. Sometimes it just is the picture. Flying squirrel and squirrel. All right. They also have capybara. Capybara, I think, are... I think they're a bit more derived than squirrels, right? From this perspective. Capybara are down here. Let's try capybara. Let's keep it simple and try capybara.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's see. And it is a hystricomorph, but it is not a capybara. Interesting. I'm glad we guessed that. So this is the group that I think includes, what is it, like capybara, nutria, agouti, maybe degus as well? Let's see. Hystricomorpha. Might be this clade? This one includes cavies, I think. Stricomorpha. There we go. It also includes beavers. Well. Stricomorpha means porcupine form. Interesting. Okay. Naked mole rats, agoutis, pacaranas, chinchillas, nutrias, and degus, like I said. Okay, cool. Stricomorpha, there we go. So yeah, we can be even cleverer about this though, because we guessed capybara, who are... Where are they? they're down here. So it's not going to be part of this clade, I don't think. It's not going to be a Hootia. It's not going to be a Kavi. It's not going to be a Pacarana or a guinea pig. I don't think. It should be a earlier diverging critter. Goondies. Dagus. I doubt they'll have Dagu. Let's just try Dagu and see if they have it. I don't think they do. No, they do not. It's not going to be a beaver, because that's over here in Castoromorpha, the beaver forms. It's going to be one of these guys. Do they have chinchilla, I wonder? They do have chinchilla. Where were the Yappies again? They're over here. Okay, I think we've probably reached the point where it's not going to include any more subclades here. So, like, trying to be clever about this is just going to dig us into a hole. I think. They don't have a Goody. I think we'll go with Porcupine. See if that gets us anywhere. Porcupine.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's see. No. That's frustrating. It said no, and that guess didn't even narrow things down any further. Oh boy. And Raffle, platypus are monotremes, so they're about as far as you can possibly get from this group while staying in the mammals. Okay, it's not a porcupine, and it's not a capybara, but it is some other kind of hystricomorph. It could be a naked mole rat. Or a chinchilla. Naked mole rats are... They're really derived over there. Okay. Chinchillas are over here. So chinchillas might be pretty close to... I guess they are closer to capybaras. I think it's either going to be a chinchilla or a naked mole rat. We've expended 4 guesses so far. If we can get it in one more guess, I'll be very happy. What I'm going to do is run a poll. Chat, should we pick chinchilla or naked mole rat? Naked mole rat and chinchilla. And start poll. I figure it's pretty much a coin toss at this point. I'll let you choose which one we pick. Let's see. Don't forget to add the I want it to tie option so we don't get a tie. I mean, it's fine if we get a tie. It's not the end of the world. It's funny when we get a tie. Very funny doing her good. And of course it's tied, as we're halfway through our timer. Naked mole rat pulling ahead. Chinchilla catching up. Chinchilla pulling ahead. Pulling ahead further by 2 votes. Naked mole rat catching up. Now they're tied again? Oh boy. Naked Mole Rat winning by 1 vote. Now they're tied. Chinchilla winning by 1 vote. Chinchilla wins by a whisker. 15-14. All right, let's guess Chinchilla. I swear people are just trying to get us to a tie again. Not today. All right, let's get Chinchilla.
On your butts.
Let's see here. And no! No! Okay. And again, it doesn't... We're stuck at Hystricomorpha. There's no... Oh boy. Let's guess Naked Mole Rat. Should have picked this one, chat. Let me down. That's it there. We got it in 6 guesses, which is not the worst. Not the worst. It violated TOS. We couldn't pick it, says Claire. Well, you came very close nonetheless. Let's go ahead and post that to Blue Sky. Here. File. There we go. All right. Yeah. Lack of subclades in this game is sometimes frustrating. But then again, I get too competitive about these things anyway. There we go. Nice. And I forgot, let's do a Blue Sky post too. People know we're live. There we go. What's a festive expression? I don't know. That's good enough, right? Screenshot. Let's see how that looks. Happy holidays to you too, KS Design Studio. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah. All right. On Windows Explorer, you're taking forever. There we go. It's our last stream of the week. Join us for discussion of marine reptiles, like our ever topical leatherback turtle. Mammal diversity. What else have we been chatting about? And whatever else chat is curious about. Animal diversity. So many rodent species. Twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. There we go. Quick screenshot of me in my office. Behind me on the wall are a life-sized 3D printed Archelon sea turtle, Ein flipper, enormous, and some Christmas miscellanea. I'm wearing a goofy fossil-themed festive jumper I got at the NHM in London last month, too. Okay. Paleontologizing looks like it's ready to go. Post it. Yeah. There's a link if anybody would like to engage with that post for whatever reason. And we've been talking about mammals, about rodents. If you like mammals, like rodents, especially rats, and who doesn't love rats, you know? Go follow Mr. Lewis King there, who raided in 23 minutes ago. All kinds of wonderful rat antics. That channel. Here we go. Sure is taking that sweet time to load today. Let's see. This is so fun. Holy cow. Yeah, let's get another shout out for Mr. Lewis King. Where's the kissing booth? Here we go. Incident.
So you trying to do anarchy? Are you having a straw? Hmm?
Oh, this is great.
A straw because you're so large, so I don't really want to give you any more hoop. I'm sorry. Hey, buddy. One more? Boy. Ow! That's my finger, you idiot!
Good stuff. Again, thank you, Mr. Lewis King, for the raid. I really appreciate that. Excellent. Superb. Honey. What were we talking about? Venezuela, rodents, all that good stuff. I feel like we had another topic that we were supposed to be discussing. What was that, chat? Shoot. What do you think? Oh, there was something a little bit frustrating that maybe we should talk about. New prehistoric park video, maybe Dinosaur Dave. There's something else that this popped up earlier today, and I was suspicious about this. I don't know how much time we'll spend on it because it will be aggravating. Here's a creationist video that's popped up on YouTube that has way too many views for how few subscribers they have and how few comments they have. I'm really wondering if it's been botted. This is the sort of thing that, I don't know. The thing is, if you're going to be like pushing a pseudoscience for which there is no evidence, sometimes you have to resort to, shall we say, less than scrupulous tactics? Bot views, yeah, maybe. This is frustrating, and I just thought we'd take a look at it real quick. This is from Creation Moments and Mark H. Armitage from a week ago. There are 6 comments here, but 391,000 views? That doesn't make any sense at all. It really seems like maybe they're doing something to juice the numbers here. I wonder about that.
Would it surprise you to know that this bone cell, right here, should not exist? It came from a dinosaur. What you are looking at is video taken through a high-powered microscope. Today, there is astonishing evidence that dinosaur bone cells, like this one, exist in great numbers.
And this is also really weird for like a channel that has Mark H. Armitage, 3.98 thousand subscribers. This is fewer subscribers than I have on YouTube. And I'm not producing like edited videos for YouTube. We just kind of throw the, you know, the VODs from the channel up there, from these live streams. But this is like a professionally edited, professionally shot, professionally scripted video. The word astroturf gets thrown around a lot today. But this really feels like that, you know? It's like they've got a big budget. They've got what seems like maybe a production studio for this. It is very sus, tax art. Well, it's propaganda, you know? Anyway.
But why does this matter? Well, every dinosaur bone you've ever seen in a museum is essentially rock. At least that's the impression we're given, that all these bones permineralize into rock over millions of years. But not
So he's going to be trying to make the claim here that, oh, well, actually, all the scientists are lying about this, and the fossils, they're all less than 6,000 years old because the Earth itself is less than 6,000 years old. You know, which is, I don't think I have to tell you why that's a ridiculous notion, you know? We've known for a good while now, based on like dozens of lines of evidence, that the Earth is a lot older than that. I mean, I don't want to get into like a huge whole thing about this today. I don't want this to completely take over the stream, but I'm mostly bringing this up to show that creationist organizations tend to be really well-funded, politically well-connected, and they're very good at like making these ideas, putting these ideas out there into the public with a lot of sizzle, you know? This is a shiny video. This is very well produced. There's a lot of effort that went into this. Professional video editing, you know, all kinds of interesting transitions, and they've got music and sound cues and all these other things. But the underlying science is garbage, you know? They can make claims like, well, our particular interpretation of our religious book says, the way that we're reading it, that the Earth has to be less than 6,000 years old, based on counting up the number of begats in the book of Genesis. And so we're going to view everything in the entire world through that narrow lens. regardless of what actual evidence says, you know? And then they try and present this idea as something that has any merit at all whatsoever, as if it isn't a completely bonkers conspiracy theory, you know? So anyway, yeah. But yeah, they are trying to make it seem more credible, hey, it's Austin. It's... And if any of you are watching from outside of the States right now, you might be laughing, going, oh, you Americans, you're so backwards, you have this kind of thing going on. But no, this is a worldwide problem. Some of the most prominent creationists in the United States come from places like Australia, come from places like Europe. This is a serious problem all over the place. Anyway.
Old dinosaur bones have become rock. Most bones are actually still bone. In 2012, microscopist Mark Armitage made a world-first discovery when he was analyzing the horn of a triceratops. He found soft, stretchy fibular bone, like a collagen carpet with bone cells inside. Mark then found...
And we've known this from the Hell Creek and the Judith River Formation for a long time at this point. In fact, if you want to get the skinny on this kind of thing, you should really talk to Fossil Preparator, who also streams here on Twitch. Steve Clausen is the head of the lab at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. And he talks about how permineralization is one of these things where it's not cut and dry. It's not like all fossil bones are formed in an equal way. A lot of them from like the Hell Creek or the Judith River Formation, some of these, you know, late Cretaceous strata from right here in North America, they're not super well permineralized. They're not completely turned to stone. This is one of these things that a lot of creationists do, is they take a line that everybody's heard and they think that they know, something that's overly simplified, where like, well, you know, the fossil bones aren't really bones anymore. They're actually rocks. And then they go, oh, not so fast. There's actually organic material still left in them. Hence, the Earth must be less than 7,000 years old. It's like, that doesn't follow from what you're saying. Anyway, it's really frustrating.
The Dinosaur Soft Tissue Research Institute, where he and his team continue to make...
I'm sorry, what?
Mark then founded the Dinosaur Soft Tissue Research Institute, where he and his team continue to...
That's not a thing. Oh, boy. Anyway.
Make groundbreaking, shocking, and frankly controversial discoveries. Discoveries that include this little guy.
So here's the bait and switch that they're trying to do here. So with this slickly edited video, they're trying to say, hey, look at this cool thing. We have soft tissue from dinosaur fossils, which is legit. This is something that we've known about for a couple decades at this point. People like Mary Schweitzer have been working on this since the early 2000s. They're trying to take this legitimately cool thing and say that this is evidence for the Earth being very, very young. Like, we literally have living things on our planet right now that are older than what these young Earth creationists think the entire age of the Earth is, you know? It's so frustrating. I don't know. DSTR, there you go, MacGyver. Yeah. Anyway, we'll maybe watch another few more seconds of this, and then we'll have to move on to something a little bit less aggravating, but be on the lookout for this kind of thing, you know?
This is an osteocyte or bone cell. Every physician and every biological scientist should recognize these immediately because they're found in the bones of every vertebrate. We've liberated thousands of these from dinosaur bones that we've collected in Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and South Dakota. It's really amazing because this is not just a one-off anomaly. Most of the bones that we dig out of the ground are still bone and they're still rotting.
Mark and his team have published their findings in several scientific journals, with over 20 papers so far. They even present their work at hard science meetings like the Microscopy Society of America.
I wonder if Microscopy Society of America is kind of like the Geological Society of America, GSA, where they do not vet their abstracts. Creationists have been crowing for a long time that, oh yeah, well, we present our work on the Genesis genealogies. We present that at Geological Society meetings all the time to talk about the age of the Earth. And that means that we're legitimate scientists. It's like, no, there's no editorial process. There's nobody combing through these abstracts and pulling these out and saying, well, these aren't science, and throwing them away. There's no process like that. You could literally get anything into there. It's so frustrating, you know? And I don't know for a fact, but I'm suspicious that that might be the case with this too. The Microscopy Society of America, especially if it's a very large meeting. They do have a pretty slick website. I don't know how big their conference is, but I don't know. If it's anything like they show here in the photo, that looks very large. Probably a whole lot larger than the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. It could even be larger than GSA. I don't actually know. Huh. But anyway. Yeah, but science knows about them? Maybe, XBR, yeah. Maybe Diatom's Attack, or Volcano Dock, or Pacific Plankton would know about them too. I'm not sure. But anyway, this is just... The frustrating thing about this is they're not getting to the bait and switch part until the end. You know, talking about this soft tissue found in dinosaur fossils, which is really, really cool. And there's a lot of different paleontologists and stratigraphers and geochemists who are studying this kind of thing. But there's like an inherent dishonesty in this, because he's not going to say, oh, well, this shows that the Earth is less than 10,000 years old. He's not going to say that until the end. Because if he leads with that, then obviously people are going to go, oh, you're some kind of crank, aren't you? You know? Like, this is nonsense. He can't lead with that part. He's got to keep those cards close to the chest until the end of it. Just be honest about what you're representing here, you know? Why all this cloak and dagger stuff? Well, we know why. It's because there's an inherent dishonesty about this kind of pseudoscience. Yeah. About 3,000 members. That's a lot smaller than I thought, Notorious Toast. Interesting. 3,000 members is way fewer than I would have guessed. Huh.
But if you've never heard of any of this before, there's an unfortunate reason why.
These findings challenge what people have been taught. Most folks believe that dinosaur bones are dusty old rock. But we want you to know the facts and consider that these many examples of soft tissue that we keep finding just can't last that long in the soil.
So again, in science, we gather evidence and we test hypotheses. We don't start with our conclusion and then work backward from there. That's pseudoscience, and that's creationism. They're starting off with the proposition that the Earth has to be fewer than 10,000 years old. Less than 10,000 years old. Because that's their particular interpretation of a few lines in the book of Genesis. It's built on a foundation of sand, you know? If this were the case, if the Earth were less than 10,000 years old, then there would be mountains of evidence for this, you know? We would see that in the radioactive isotopes. We would see that in the stratigraphy. If, like a lot of young Earth creationists claim, all of these strata bearing these fossils were laid down by Noah's flood, you know, like 4,000 years ago or whatever. 5,000 years ago? I forget what the figure is that they have for that usually. Pretty early on in their chronology. Then you would see evidence of flood deposits like that. You wouldn't have these nice, neat strata showing the progression of life on Earth over billions of years. Instead, it would all be a giant, jumbled, gigantic mess. And it's absolutely not. There's a cool publication about this, actually, by Phil Center. It would be great to interview at some point. There we go. If you're interested in this kind of thing, I would really recommend you take a peek at this. So this is a paper by Phil Center, who's a paleontologist and also has a degree in theology as well. So he's kind of the perfect guy to look at this sort of thing, because he knows the science, he knows the fossils, he knows the geology, but he also knows the creationist arguments. And he can defeat them on their own ground using their own information. So this article is entitled The Defeat of Flood Geology. This is the idea that Noah's flood explains all of geology. The defeat of flood geology by flood geology. The ironic demonstration that there is no trace of the Genesis flood in the geological record. So I love this diagram right here because it just shows very, very simply how we have lots of different bits of fossil data from these different periods in Earth history, that each one individually negates the idea of a global flood. So having things like, I think these are dinosaur footprints here. It almost looks like a tulip. But I think this is the icon for a dinosaur footprint. If the entire Earth were covered by a global flood, you know, dozens of meters of water over the surface, let's forget for a second, like, that water has to come from somewhere. Let's say it got magically miracled in a place like that. Well, the idea that you have fossil footprints from the Permian period all the way up through the Quaternary in each of these different stratigraphical horizons, like, these animals would have to be walking on more or less dry ground and leaving footprints. How could you be doing that in the middle of a giant column of mud? If the rock record was laid down by a global flood, and it's all underwater, how in the world would you get footprints through all of these different layers like this? It doesn't make any sense at all. Same with things like plant fossils with roots. Some of those roots still going straight down exactly as they were tens of millions of years ago. You wouldn't have nests full of eggs. You wouldn't have burrows of different terrestrial animals. Like, are we really supposed to believe that here in rocks that we as scientists call the Cretaceous period, but a lot of young Earth creationists think are from the, you know, these are like halfway up a giant column of mud laid down in the flood? You've got the burrows of burrowing dinosaurs, like Eryctodromeus, here in Cretaceous rocks. So are these dinosaurs, in the midst of a global flood, swimming down through the water column? And then digging down into the mud to dig a burrow and raise their young in there under dozens of feet of water? It just doesn't make any sense at all, you know? So anyway, I recommend taking a look at this if you're interested in this kind of thing. If you want to be able to have a conversation with young Earth creationists in your own life, whether they're family members or coworkers or whatever, here's a link. It's interesting stuff.
Especially considering the countless numbers of microbes, bacteria, worms, fungi, and insects trying to consume them. Common sense would say that these bones cannot be terribly old, and that is our assessment as well.
Beware the argument from common sense. If you don't have data to back it up and say, well, it's just common sense, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, let's leave a comment here. A little suspicious. Here we go. Paleontologist here. we've known about. Here. And fossil science. We've known about and studied permineralization and diagenesis for a very long time. And these soft tissue specimens have been an area of particular interest for a few decades now. Like a lot of things in nature, they can certainly be surprising. You know, nobody's actually going to read this. This is frustrating. I feel like I'm overthinking this. Somebody might says Claire, I mean... I just don't think this is very interesting viewing, Claire. Say, don't be fooled by this slick production, by this slickly edited video with a suspiciously high view count compared to the single-digit number of comments. Yeah. $300,000 plus view count compared to the single-digit number of comments. Geologists and paleontologists like me are fascinated by the presence of soft tissue in dinosaur fossils. From strata like the Pell Creek and Judith River formations. And we're actively studying these little bits of organic material can survive. Oh, it can stand the test of time under very specific circumstances. It's very dishonest. To try and sneak in an argument for the Earth being just a few thousand years old. Into a video like this. That's not really worded properly. Comments never can see the light of day. Exactly. See, Reiko knows what's up. Yeah. Anyway. Better to flag it for false info? That'll probably promote it on YouTube, knowing that platform. Here. We've known for a couple centuries now that Genesis is not supposed to be a geology textbook, and anybody who treats it as such is doing a great disservice to scripture and to science. This video here is trying to trick people into doing exactly that. That's the end game of young Earth creationists. After all. Yeah. If anyone would like a simple distillation of how flood geology, a cornerstone of most young Earth creationism, absolutely falls apart. Just do a simple web search for Bill Center's The Defeat of Flood Geology by Flood Geology. Paper. It's a quick read, easy to understand, and written by somebody who knows with a much better grasp of both Geology. And scripture. Then the folks in this flashy YouTube piece. Anyway, have an excellent day, everyone. There we go. I'm gonna say that's the goal. End game is a little final. Goal works better. Yeah. Anyway, this took way too long. But there's the comment. If anybody wants to upvote that or whatever, there you go. Anywho, yeah. And oh. And written by somebody with a much better grasp of the geology and script. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. And they're even making my friends like that emote. Nice. Yeah. And Claire, we're not trying to rile anybody up. I don't know, that... Yeah. I don't know. If you tell somebody that the... Okay, let's not respond to my... That's good, whatever. Yeah. Anyhow, no, it's fine, Claire, whatever. Yeah. Prehistoric Kingdom. Okay, if people really want to see Prehistoric Kingdom. I'll take a look at that. Update number 16 trailer from 2 days ago. Let's take a look at this, I guess. I've not opened up this game in probably like 3 years at this point. It's cool that they're continuing to produce updates like this. This is, if you really like video games, if you like park builder games in particular, this I think is the best one out there with regard to paleontology. It's good stuff. Let's take a look. Vivarium species, neat. Oh, are these some sort of little compsognathid type thing, which may or may not be a real group? They almost look like Sinosauropteryx or Compsognathus. Something like that. Oh, and look at the little Alvarezsaurs! Holy cow! Beautiful! I love the little feely, whiskery little feathers that they have here on their snouts. If anybody's wondering what we're talking about here, like, why did Danny get so excited about this? It's one of my favorite critters. Back in 2020, I was an author on a scientific paper in the journal Cretaceous Research on this critter here. This is a model of Trirarchuncus prairiensis from the Hell Creek Formation of Montana. This is a kind of Alvarezsaur. here's this is almost a caricature, but I love that it shows off the business end of the animal with those ridiculously stout, very, very short forelimbs. One big claw on each hand that these guys, we think, used for maybe prying open rotting logs to get to the insects and other goodies inside. Maybe they were marauders of mammal burrows. Maybe they were eating our ancestors back then. That's certainly, well, here. That's certainly the depiction in the new exhibit at AM&H. The American Museum of Natural History has a new exhibit on the KPG extinction. Here it is. Trirarchuncus. Check that out. So this is set in the Hell Creek, so that is Trirarchuncus right there. Eating a little mammal. Trirarchuncus is the first dinosaur, first new genus and species of dinosaur to be published with my name on the author list. There I am right there. Right before Jack Horner. Denver Fowler, lead author. Jack Wilson, who discovered one of the most important specimens. The one that kind of allowed us to write this paper and get it published. But this is an Alvarezsaur, so one of these little, we presume, insectivorous dinosaurs. There's the claw that Jack found. Just gorgeous. There's that critter there. And here's a close relative. I think this is supposed to be Mononychus from Mongolia. They're in the prehistoric planet, prehistoric kingdom, rather. Update. Very cool. And that looks like Simasuchus, a little snub-nosed croc from the Cretaceous of Madagascar. And look at this, there's even like a lovely cycad plant behind it. This is not your typical Cycas revoluta like Sago cycad. This is different species. Like, there's the attention to detail here is exquisite. I love this. This is super cool. Ooh, and is this Ichi? Super, super cool. And holy cow, is this Tiktaalik or similar? Oh, super cool. This is really neat. Oh, this is lovely. And is that Titanoboa? Nice. Very cool. Very cool. A Microraptor there? Oh, some sort of ornithopod here. Not feeling well? You a big Thessalosaur or something? What are you? Was that a tennis court? No, I guess that's... Oh, is that a helipad, maybe? Or just a very large examination area? I don't know. That's neat. And we got some Dicynodonts here. Some mammal relatives from... probably from before the dinosaurs. Ooh, and we got... Are these Trionychid turtles? Soft shells? Very, very cool. Raptor? Super neat. Montalis, Simasuchus. Oh, I love the Alvarezsaur here. Oh, that is so cool. I love it. Oh, man. Really neat. Cool stuff. Very cool. And I guess the update has just arrived today. Excellent. And his Mustang, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you. Good stuff. It's neat to see a game like that succeed and continue to release new updates and new stuff. It's really cool, you know? And I like not just that exists, but I like the broader kind of the shift in tone that I think it's pushed to other games as well. So with Jurassic World Evolution 3, it seems like they've got a bigger focus on having more authentic models of dinosaurs and other critters. Because they've got some competition now from Prehistoric Kingdom. They've got to keep up with that. They're like, oh, are we losing some of our market share to this little indie game here? We better make our fossil critters more authentic and more compelling. And they have. I mean, I think that's awesome. I think that's really, really cool. Yeah. And Dr. Terrace's Jurassic World Evolution 3 is actually heading into paleo accuracy, which I think is so cool. Yeah. Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave says this is the full list. Dictodon, that's our little Dicynodont. Diplocalus, Mononychus, Peltophilus. Peltophilus, who's that? Sahonicales, that's our turtle there. Cymosuchus, Tiktaalik, and Titanoboa and Ichi. Nice. Very cool. Cool stuff. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Pretty neat. And Crimson, yeah, So here's the thing. I've been getting emails left and right from the devs for Jurassic World Evolution 3. They contacted me just as I was getting ready for TwitchCon, and I think the game actually was released while I was at TwitchCon, and then there were a bunch of other things that they were releasing as I was getting ready for SVP, and then I was in England for 2 weeks, attending the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting and doing all that. I just have not had time to do any of that, and it's partly bad timing, and it's partly lack of interest. I'm just not a video games guy, you know? It feels like such a chore to have to play games on stream. It's hard to find time to do that. Like, there's so many other exciting things to talk about. There's new scientific papers coming out. There's paleontologists to interview. There's just so much else. Getting bogged down in a game feels like being trapped to me. I don't like it. I'll occasionally force myself to play a game on stream, but that's like maybe once a year. So I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, and Trooper 2112. I'm sorry you're scared of snakes. They're cool animals.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
And speak of the serpent, Adult Viper. Thank you so much for the 10 months of support. Happy holidays to you too. Appreciate it. Thank you, Adult Viper. I know a lot of people are afraid of snakes, and that always makes me a little bit sad just because while our ancestors had good reason to be afraid of snakes, and it might be something that's kind of inborn for certain people, it might just be an instinctual thing. You know, because some of our earliest primate ancestors, their biggest predators might have been snakes. Things like Purgatorius at the beginning of the Cenozoic. The critter most likely to eat one of these guys might have been a snake, you know? It would make sense. I love this illustration here. I think this is from Paleostream, right? Being chased by a dromaeosaur, a raptor dinosaur. You see the characteristic Digit 2 sickle claw there. Blair Witch style image. I love this. Anyway. But that's the thing, is that we're kind of past this point, I like to think. You know? We are no longer tiny, tree-dwelling, frugivorous, little ancestral primates. We're a good deal bigger now. And I don't want to ever otherize anybody too badly for being afraid of snakes, because it's not really something that you choose. I get that. It's not a rational fear. I don't think people enjoy being afraid of snakes. There's a few animals that, like, I'm not super keen on, and I don't enjoy being afraid of those animals. It does remind me of a thing, though. Back when I was teaching full-time, when I was doing outdoor ed, this is just prior to COVID, I was out in the woods with my students, and then one of them found a garter snake. And it was starting to go across, like, an area where I thought it might try and cross a bicycle path, and there were all these bicyclists that would go way too fast through there. And I'm like, I would be devastated if this snake was killed by a bicyclist. And so I go and I pick it up, because I saw which direction it was headed. And I'm like, I'm going to go put it across the path where I think it's headed to. There was a little, like, creek down there. It was a garter snake, and so they often eat, like, frogs and stuff like that. I figured it was probably headed in that direction. Gonna help it along. But first, I'm like, let me show the kids. And so I'm walking around with this snake, and they were overjoyed. Some of them were just utterly fascinated. A few of them were a little bit scared, but for the most part, they see their friends all getting excited about this garter snake. And they're really cute. San Francisco garter snake. Yeah, this one was not this pretty. It might not have been a San Francisco garter snake. These are beautiful. It didn't look like this. I don't know if it was actually a San Francisco garter snake. Yeah, it looked a lot more like this. Pretty small. Anyway, so I'm picking it up and then letting the kids touch it, and then this one girl was just fascinated, and she, you could just see in her eyes, she's like, this is the coolest thing ever. And I'm like, if you're very careful, you can hold it. And she's like, yes, please. I'm like, okay. And she was kind of in the back of the group, and she was a little bit, she wasn't scared, but she was like, I really want to see this, but something's holding her back. And this is like I was really proud of myself as like a teacher moment thing. I'm like, why don't you come over from the back, and you can show your friends how to handle this, because she isn't really somebody who had like she wasn't the most confident kid. But here's an opportunity to put her in front of everybody and let her be a leader and let that build her self-confidence. That's what we did. And she's showing everybody else how to hold the snake, and like, it's just a magical, beautiful moment there. Unfortunately, we knew that that same day, she was going to get picked up early to go to a dentist appointment or something like that. And it happened to be like that exact moment when her mom arrived to come pick her up. And her mom was deathly afraid of snakes and proceeded to freak out seeing her daughter smiling, holding this snake. And there was like, it was a bit of an episode there. And it was like her seeing her mom's fear in her eyes. She's like, I don't want to hold this. She kind of broke down. Like, she really freaked out. Her mom really freaked her out. And they left, and her mom was like kind of yelling at her. And then the next day I talked to her about it, and she's like, yeah, my mom says I can't touch snakes anymore because she's afraid of snakes. And then from then on, throughout the rest of the school year, she was also afraid of snakes. The daughter was then afraid of snakes. So sometimes, like, fear and disgust towards certain kinds of animals, sometimes that's a learned behavior. Sometimes we learn that from the people we trust in our lives, and that's lousy, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I really like snakes. I think they're really cool. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah. And Clipper says, no, she was going to be a herpetologist before that. I mean, she could have been. This is somebody who is like, she was so excited about this. And maybe that would have put her on a path to becoming a reptile scientist, or a conservationist, or a wildlife biologist, or a park ranger, or something, you know? So yeah, I don't know. It's... yeah. Anyhow, RB42 says, I don't think they're oh, so garter snakes are non-venomous. They don't have venom. Yeah, they're harmless. If you really bother them, they might bite you just because they're scared. But most of the time, what garter snakes do is they excrete a smelly fluid, and most people go, "Oh, it peed on me." I don't know if it's actually urine, but they do have a smelly fluid that they secrete. And this snake didn't do that. It was very chill. Anyway, Claire says it's not urine. Okay. There we go.
Garter snakes are some of the most well-known snakes in North America, and for good reason.
They're all over the place.
These noodle boys are found from Canada to Central America and are often the most populous snakes in any given habitat. Garter snakes live in, well, basically every environment. They can be found in grasslands, forests, swamps, coastal areas, mountainous areas, even urban settings. Though, like most of us, they have their favorite places.
Yep, so they love to hang out near water. They eat a lot of frogs and stuff like that. They'll eat little fishes. So this was in the San Francisco Presidio. This was near, what do they call it? There's a little, like, not marshy area, but there's an area with a little spring. And, it was kind of going in that direction. So I'm like, okay, it's going down to the water. I'm gonna go try and catch some frogs or something. Yeah. And they are venomous? Wait, really? Garter snakes? You're kidding. Venom? What? They were long thought to be non-venomous. That's what I always learned when I was a kid. Interesting. Discoveries in the early 2000s revealed that they do produce a neurotoxic venom. They cannot seriously injure or kill humans with the small amounts of comparatively mild venom they produce. And they also lack an effective means of delivering it. Okay, interesting. Huh. Interesting. Garter snakes feed on toxic newts, can also retain the toxins from the newts in their liver for weeks, making those snakes poisonous as well as venomous. Interesting. So this is something we've talked about multiple times over the years on this channel, is the difference between poisonous and venomous, because they're not the same thing. Venom is something that your body produces and then injects into a prey item or a predator, self-defense or something like that. So poison is something different. And it's not like there's necessarily a chemical difference. We're talking about differences in delivery. I think that's the key difference between poison and venom. In order to be poisoned by something, you have to consume it, or otherwise, like, come in contact with it. So, there are many more poisonous animals than there are venomous animals. Well, actually, I don't know if that's true by the numbers. Anyway. You eat a poisonous creature, a venomous creature bites you or stings you. Does that make sense? Yeah. Venom, V, snake fangs. I like that lineage. That's a good way to remember that. Yeah. Anywho. If it bites you and you die or get sick, it's venomous. If you bite it and you die or get sick, it's poisonous. There you go, little big pony. Yeah. Yeah. So what's interesting is apparently garter snakes are both. If they bite you or you bite them, you can get venom or poison, respectively. Huh. Yeah. So the poison is like the poison apple from Snow White. There you go, Lenina. Yeah, talk about a timely reference for the kids on Twitch. When did this movie come out? Yeah. Showing my age, says Lena. No, I mean, I know exactly what you mean. I think this movie was re-released on VHS back in the 90s. Yeah. Yeah. 1950 something? No, it's way earlier than that, Ms. Art Rules. Snow White came out in, Snow White... 2025 film. Musical fans, huh? 1937. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It's a pre-World War II film. Yeah, that's right. It was Walt Disney's first feature-length production. Huh. This is a huge gamble at the time, too, as I understand it. Like, they kind of bet the whole studio on this being a success, and it was a runaway success. Kind of a landmark in the history of animation, as I understand it. Not quite that old. I know, me neither, Ladina. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they would have... Mickey Mouse could have gotten repossessed if this had been a flop, but nope. Yeah. And Golden Axe is 1939 originally. Oh, even earlier than that? Yeah. 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 Anyway. Nerf guns for everyone. Uh-oh, Moon Cloud. It's gonna be a trigger happy Christmas, it sounds like. Oh boy. Anyway. I think there's a new PBS Eons video we could take a look at, but I wanted to talk about leatherback turtles as well. It's 4:30 right now. We've got about an hour and a half. I think we'll take a look at that leatherback documentary. And, we're gonna get ready for our big interview with Scott Benson on Sunday. So, again, look at the schedule here. Some of you are not aware of this yet, if you've just come in. But today, this is our last stream of the week. So, going to be a 4-day hiatus here. Instead of just a 3-day hiatus like we normally have during the week. But Sunday, the 28th, not a normal stream day. 1 p.m. California time, we'll be having a special interview with leatherback researcher Scott Benson. I'm going to be going down to Monterey, California to interview Scott in person. Here he is on the right. right here. Next to this beautiful leatherback turtle. So we're going to be talking about these animals, talking about their biology, talking about conservation, the threats that are facing them, and what we can do in the coming year to get involved with leatherback research and conservation, and what you at home can do to help these animals survive into the next century. I was passing these stickers out at TwitchCon that I'd made. There's a leatherback turtle there. They've been around since the Cretaceous, since at least about 80 million years ago. So they've survived 800,000 centuries. Don't let this one be their last. These critters are endangered. They are at risk of extinction. For the Pacific population of leatherback turtles, they seem to be decreasing in numbers.
I can see that my
salamander
1,000 a year has been well spent.
Tier 3 sub right there for 34 months. Holy cow, salamander, I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you, thank you. Merry Fishmas to you too, salamander. What was I saying? Oh yeah, leatherback turtles, extraordinary animals, and their numbers are declining. Something like 6% per year, which means they could be completely gone from the Pacific Ocean like within a couple decades if current trends continue. It's a dire situation. So I'm going to be talking to Scott all about this. Here he is again on the NOAA Fisheries website with a leatherback turtle, a female, laying her eggs on the beach in, I presume this is Indonesia here. Might be Papua New Guinea. I think it's Indonesia. Anyway, we're going to talk about these animals. Here's a leatherback here on the back wall of our office too. Here is a little documentary. I think this was produced in maybe the early 2000s, I'm guessing. I'll start this off, and I'm going to go run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. We started this last week, a couple weeks ago, something like that. I might skip through a bit of it to get to where we were, because I think we were about 10 or 11 minutes in. Let's take a look. I'll be right back. Gonna run to the bathroom.
Vast and mysterious, the oceans cover 3/4 of the Earth's surface. Life began here, and it's sustained here. The oceans are the vital force of the planet, yet we know little else about them. Perhaps learning about one of its oldest living creatures, the rare leatherback sea turtle, could help unlock some of the mysteries held by these waters before she vanishes forever.
Well, today I am very glad to welcome the wildlife lovers to Trinidad. And musically, I'll give you these facts. You came here to observe the leatherbacks. And the facts now I must unfold. One of the best species in the world.
Near the equator, where the Caribbean gives way to South America, sits the twin island country of Trinidad and Tobago. What few people know is that Trinidad is a ruggedly tropical country, more South American than Caribbean, with a rainy season that lasts 8 months. And each year, from March to September, Trinidad's east and north coast beaches are home to some of the world's largest nesting sites for the oldest, largest, and furthest roaming of all sea turtles, the leatherback.
Oh, what a cool animal. Holy cow. Yeah. I love this sign, by the way, too. That is so neat. I love that people want to protect these animals. Wasn't always like this, you know? Anyway, and
furthest roaming of all sea turtles, the leatherback.
Should I show you this now? I made a little video clip that I could use as an alert. You know what? I'll show you now as a special treat, because if I premiere this during our big stream, it'll be, I don't know, it might get lost in the shuffle. Let me find this real quick. Leatherback alerts. Where did I put that? Where's the final file? Bear with me. Subs, raids, gifts. Here we go. All right. Any Star Wars fans in the chat? I know that's a pretty obscure series. You know, not a lot of people have heard of this. What's it called again? Star Wars? Anyhow. Wouldn't believe how long that took to make. Yeah. Anyway, this reminded me of that.
And furthest roaming of all sea turtles, the leatherback. 8 times the weight of an average man and 2 meters or more in length with a flipper span nearly as long, the leatherback is always on the move, gliding through the water at a constant rate of over 3 kilometers an hour. Nicknamed the Ancient Mariner, it will spend most of its 80 years at sea, roaming more than 12,000 kilometers around the world each year.
And that's the thing, is we don't really know if they reach 80 years of age. I mean, the leatherback in particular is very difficult to age because its bones are so heavily vascularized. You can't just take a leatherback carcass and cut the limb bones open and count the growth rings inside, because there's so much remodeling that occurs apparently, and just so many blood vessels and everything inside that you don't get those clear rings that you can use to age the animal. Scott Benson talks about this in his talk. Oh, and by the way, there's the there's that mouth there. There we go.
Look at this in this way. This is we call it a gelatinous zooplankton specialist, or a jellivore, or however you'd want to talk about it. And inside that mouth, you see those throat papillae. They look pretty fearsome.
Like a sarlacc pit, right?
They're actually flexible, but it's a great little adaptation to keep, you know, if you've ever been around jellyfish, you know they're kind of slimy. Keep that stuff moving down the esophagus down to the stomach. And so if I was to put my hand in there, it wouldn't tear it up like a garbage disposal or anything like that. But I
mean, it might actually be a little... Scott might be underselling it here. How sharp they are.
It does work very well for keeping jellies going down.
Yeah, or Boba Fett's. Yeah, there you go. But aging them, let's see. That vascularization.
Because it's capable of diving to some great depths, and having a flexible shell allows compression at depth. It's got a very high growth rate due to its high vascularization. This makes the animal very difficult to age by using bones like humerus, which is used typically with most of the other hard-shelled species. So in this case, to age a leatherback, you actually have to recover a dead animal and get little bones behind the eye ossicles that aren't vascularized. So you can do the same type of measurements of rings in the bones
Histology
to
is what we
estimate
call
age.
it.
But aging of leatherbacks is still evolving as a science. It's got the most extensive range of any living reptile.
Yep, just superlative creatures.
Rarely glimpsed at sea, the elusive males are practically never seen. Our only regular encounter with them is when females come to nest on the same tropical beach upon which they were born decades before. But how they navigate home remains one of the great mysteries about this reptile. What we do know...
So it's now thought that they probably have a geomagnetic sense. That somehow their brain works to orient them according to Earth's magnetic field. So I don't know if it's an oversimplification that, well, they have little magnetic particles in their brain and they orient in a certain direction like a compass and that guides them home. It's probably a little bit more complex than that, but it's something sort of like that, you know? Like birds, Papey, yeah. Yeah. In fact, it's interesting that birds and turtles both do this. I'm not sure if crocs do, but birds and turtles are not super distantly related from one another in the grand scheme of things. So if we go to our tree of life here, go to birds. Maybe they're smart and they remember the way. I mean, that seems to maybe be part of it, Mayor of Space. It might be a bunch of different things in combination. Birds kind of work the same way, where they use visual cues, they use smell, and they use that geomagnetic sense to be able to navigate when they're migrating tremendous distances. We have crocs over here, and then the next closest group is turtles. It seems kind of crazy, but turtles are not, in the grand scheme of things, super distant from birds. This tree is missing a ton of extinct species, by the way. It only really shows, like, living species. That's why we don't have hundreds of species of non-bird dinosaur on this tree. It just jumps straight from archosaurs to birds. You don't have the in-between. You don't have dinosaurs anymore. Because, again, extinct species are largely left out of the one zoom at Tree of Life. But, so there should be all kinds of weird outgroups, different things going in weird directions, all throughout here within Sauropsida, the reptiles. There used to be a whole host of different kinds of weird critters. Fascinating, beautiful animals. You know, dinosaurs, all kinds of different crocs and croc relatives. Lizards and lizard relatives, things like mosasaurs now extinct. Lots of different kinds of turtle that are now extinct. Lots of other marine reptiles, plesiosaurs and nothosaurs and placodonts and ichthyosaurs down here and all kinds of critters like that that are now gone. So nowadays, when it comes to reptiles, all we have is turtles, crocs, birds, and lizards, including snakes. And then there's the tuatara as well, that one lone species in New Zealand. And that's it for reptiles nowadays. It's still quite a few species. Still 21,000. Much less than it used to be, you know? Yeah. And, Casey Kuchin says, even if, wouldn't they be confused by the geomagnetic system as soon as the magnetic field shifts from time to time? Maybe, yeah. We've never really observed that happening in real time as human beings. We haven't been around for long enough to see like a shifting of the Earth's magnetic field, because sometimes those poles reverse. Magnetic north shifts and it becomes magnetic south. And it's not the sort of thing that would cause like a catastrophe. It's not like Earth's gravity shuts down during that time or anything. It's just like, it might even take decades or centuries for the poles to actually reverse like that. But it does happen, and it's happened many times in Earth's past. Geomagnetic timescale. So this is one of the ways that we can figure out the ages of different rocks, as we can correlate the timescale from radioactive isotopes, the timescale that we get through biostratigraphy, studying different fossils and when they appear or disappear in the rock record, and also the geomagnetic polarity. So what looks like a barcode here, these are periods of normal and reverse polarity. So the north and south magnetic poles will flip at various times throughout Earth history. Sometimes they stay the same for a long time, and sometimes you get really rapid switches back and forth. But yeah, this is one of these things that we see in the rock record. You can look at magnetic particles in the rocks, essentially, and see how they're arranged to tell you if it's a normal or reverse period of polarity. So we're looking at things like geological time scale here. Let's see if I can find it. There we go. Beautiful. Just saw it. There we are. Lovely. There we are. We've got a big, I think this, I don't remember if black is normal or reverse, but a big prolonged one extending from the early Cretaceous up into the late Cretaceous here. And then it flips, then it flips back, and then it flips and flips back multiple times right here really quickly. Pretty neat how that works. And then here we also have sea level plotted against this too. So seeing changes in Earth's sea level from negative 100 meters up to 50 meters, fluctuating back and forth like this throughout Earth history. So you can superimpose this over biostratigraphy like we were talking about, the appearance and disappearance of different fossil organisms, things like ammonites, brachiopods, and foraminifera, and diatoms. Yeah, the geological timescale that we've been able to come up with as Earth scientists is putting together so many different lines of evidence like this to build this big, beautiful picture that all fits together. It's really cool. And again, it's why I get so frustrated by that, like, young Earth creationist nonsense. It's like, it's not scientific to start with a particular religious sect's interpretation of a particular book in religious scripture and then base your geology on that? It's a bonkers idea. there are thousands of researchers who have contributed to our understanding of the Earth's past. This grand time scale that we're adding to year after year, or further refining this using so many different lines of evidence. It's an astonishing and beautiful thing when you really stop and think about it. Some people just want to throw that away, you know? Yeah. Anywho, and Golganek wonders how long this confuses beings who navigate in part magnetically. Well, that's the thing, is that sea turtles, both the cheloniids and the dermacheliids, so the hard shell and the leatherback sea turtle, they evolved, we're not sure exactly when, but somewhere round about here, probably, during the Cretaceous period. The figure you hear most often is about 80 million years ago. But anyway, they've gone through a lot of different polarity shifts like this. And I don't know if that causes problems for them while this is happening, but again, I don't think this is like a switch being flipped, where suddenly, in an instant, the poles are reversed. This is probably something where they kind of like weaken for a while, and it might take years or decades or centuries or even millennia for them to fully flip like that. So there's probably enough time to adapt where your critters who are orienting themselves geomagnetically, they're not getting too thrown off by that, you know? They probably have a while to kind of get used to those changes. That's my guess. But it'd be cool to talk to a geomag stratigrapher, see what she would have to say about that, you know? So yeah. They obviously figure something out, says Golganek. Yeah. These critters have been around for a long time, and they've been wildly successful, basically until the last couple centuries. It's only because of us as human beings messing things up for them that they've really been struggling. Like, yeah.
No, is that two of the world's most plentiful nests encounter with them is when females come to nest on the same tropical beach upon which they were born decades before. But how they navigate home remains one of the great mysteries about this reptile. What we do know is that two of the world's most plentiful nesting beaches for leatherbacks are here, on Trinidad's east and north coasts, Natura and Grand Riviera. Following the leatherback's migration to Trinidad each spring for the past 5 years is Scott Eckert, a senior marine biologist from San Diego's Hub Sea World Research Institute.
And I think Scott Eckert has worked with Scott Benson before. I went ahead a little bit in this book, Voyage of the Turtle. I have 3 copies of this now. When I started reading this cover to cover, I'm like, I want to see if Scott Benson is in here. So I went to the index, and he's toward the end of the book. I haven't gotten to that part yet, but I think he's on the boat with Scott Eckert. This guy. And so the author of the book, I think, just refers to both of them by their last names. Yeah, there we go. Just referred to as Eckert and Benson, because their first names are both Scott, and they were on the same boat together, which is interesting. So here's a colleague of the guy we'll be interviewing on Sunday.
Marine biologist from San Diego for the past 5 years is Scott Eckert, a senior marine biologist from San Diego's Hub Sea World Research Institute.
Mayor Space. I think that's a different thing you're thinking of, Mayor Space. They had to navigate home by following a little girl piloting an ultralight aircraft. Yeah. I think this is a different nature story here. I understand it's very easy to get different archelosaurs mixed up. You know? Cranes, leatherback sea turtles. It's a common mistake. They've both got big wings, you know? Both travel a long distance. I could see how you'd get confused. Yeah. Anyway.
One small handful of researchers in the world working on leatherbacks. It's a race against time. Incidental catch and fishing nets around the world are threatening the survival of the species.
Welcome, Creature Collector. Good to have you here.
Journey to the northeast coast of Trinidad to find leatherbacks. He'll be joined by a small team of Canadian and American scientists to continue vital research that may one day help stem the loss of the leatherback.
I'm in Trinidad to look at how we might find ways of keeping turtles away from fishing nets. One of the ways in which we are...
And hang on, Creature Collector says it's also sea turtle stunning season. Yeah, we should take a look at that, see if there's any news reports about this. Sorry for all the interruptions, but it's a live broadcast. This is how things often go here, everybody. Cold stunned sea turtles. There we go.
Cold-stunned turtles from Cape Cod Bay have made their way to the New England Aquarium's Turtle Hospital in
the east coast of the United States.
The response happens every year as turtles get stuck when the water's cool. Workers at the hospital say the number of turtles they get each year is rising. NBC 10's Monica Medea has more on the reasons why.
Hundreds of sea turtles rescued from the cold waters of Cape
from a few
Cod,
years ago, I think.
now getting another chance at life.
We are at the beginning of our busiest time of year.
More than 200 turtles, including the critically endangered Kemp's Ridleys, loggerhead, and green sea turtles, brought to the New England Aquarium's Turtle Hospital this month to recover. They were found by Wellfleet Sanctuary staff and volunteers, hypothermic, some floating or stranded on Cape Cod beaches.
This is the kind of the ER phase where we'll move into the ICU phase and then kind of that recovery phase as we get into the spring and summer.
Some of the turtles have pneumonia, others are malnourished, dehydrated, or have fractures.
We slowly warm them up, and our main goal is to do an exam on them, make sure they're looking okay, and then we get x-rays on every single turtle here, and that helps us to look at their lungs, to look for that pneumonia.
Turtle strandings are expected as the waters off the coast cool, but as the years pass, the amount of turtles they treat seems to increase.
We're at about 500 turtles every year, and that's most likely due to the warming of the Gulf of Maine, which allows a lot of these turtles now to enter in to Cape Cod Bay, where before that cold water would have kept them out.
Some 60 to 80.
So with climate change, with global warming, these turtles are moving further and further north during the warmer part of the year, and then some of them just kind of get stuck there, and then they're sort of trapped when the weather cools down. So like they probably shouldn't be that far north to start with, but this is humanity wreaking havoc on the Earth's climate.
80 turtles will stay here to recover. The rest will be sent to other hospitals around the country until summer, when they can be released back into their home, the ocean.
That release is just really incredible to know that we've helped the species.
Monica Medea, NBC 10, Boston.
And so back in the day, this wouldn't have been as important a thing, back when sea turtle numbers were higher all over the globe. But every single species of sea turtle that we have, all 7, are all hurting right now. Not just right now, but like over the past century, they've all plummeted in numbers.
With massive jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth, Tyrannosaurus rex was a terrifying sight.
And Clockwork Ninja, thank you for the 44 months of support. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you too, Clockwork Ninja. Thank you, thank you. Let's jump to sea turtles here. There's the Kemp's Ridley and Olive Ridley, the loggerhead, the hawksbill, the green, and the flatback. These are the coloniids. There's 6 living species. These are your... When you think of sea turtles, you're generally thinking of these guys. They've got a proper hard shell and everything. And, yeah. But wait a minute. Who isn't here? Who's missing from this list? Kemp's Ridley, hawksbill, olive ridley, flatback, green, and loggerhead. Who is conspicuously absent? Why, it's the unique and special leatherback turtle. They are in a family all their own, the Dermochelyidae. So there's the Colonidae, the hardshell sea turtles, and then the Dermochelyidae, which only includes Dermochelys coriacea, the leatherback turtle. So these guys are their own family. There's a little bit of debate still how closely related they are to the other sea turtles. When exactly did they diverge? This tree puts that divergence point at 68 million years ago, back in the Cretaceous. This is probably based on molecular data. We really need better fossils to help calibrate those molecular dates a little bit better. And did they have a family before that went extinct? Yes, Kenny. Yeah, absolutely. There have been other species of Dermochelid going back a long way, and now there's one species left. I think it may have been largely the Pleistocene, the Ice Ages, that there were likely more species of sea turtle in general before then. But anytime you have Earth really cooling down like that, there's a narrower band of habitat around the equator that sea turtles can survive in. Like we saw with those cold stunned turtles. All of these guys, they're used to warmer waters. If the water cools down, they're in trouble. And so that's why a lot of them migrate. Anyway, the leatherback.
If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces,
Tasty JK,
we would all be dead.
My goodness. 8 months of support. I'm glad you're not dead. Thanks for continuing to support this channel. Appreciate you more than you know. Thank you, thank you. Anyway, leatherbacks even today can survive really cold temperatures. So they have the widest range of any sea turtle. They basically live just about everywhere. Not live, but like they traverse the world's oceans. They go as far south, almost down to like Tierra del Fuego, as far north as the Aleutian Islands in Alaska, or Newfoundland up here in Canada. They've been recorded as far north as like the North Sea above Norway up here, as far south as the southern islands of New Zealand. Pretty remarkable. By virtue of being really large, they can maintain their... Well, they've got more mass. And so they can keep themselves from freezing in water temperatures that are just above freezing, and water temperatures that would kill other sea turtles. Leatherbacks can survive. It's pretty cool how that works, really. In northern, I know, right? Dundergunder? I would die swimming around in water that cold. Leatherbacks, they do it. They're able to generate some of their own body heat through muscle action. They also have countercurrent heat exchangers in their flippers. It almost works like kind of an old-fashioned radiator, where like blood will go from a warmer part of their body and will circulate through and warm up those cold parts. Some birds have this in their hind limbs. Gulls have this, for instance, in their legs and feet. That's how they can walk around on ice and snow and not freeze. They've got a similar thing going on there. Leatherbacks have that. And they're flippers. And being so much larger than all the other species of turtle, they're easily like twice as large as the largest green sea turtle or loggerhead. Just by virtue of having that mass, they can withstand colder temperatures. They're not nearly as big as Archelon, who you see silhouetted in blue there in the lower left corner. Again, this is the hind flipper bones of Archelon, 3D printed, life size. It's big. It's a lot bigger than any Milos. Anywho, Trader Tot says, I wonder what made the leatherback unique so it could survive. Well, it's a different lineage. Like, they split a long time ago. We don't know exactly how long from the rest of the sea turtles. And PBS Eons has a video about this that might be fun to look at, actually. Yeah. Here we go. Let's get into some fossil science here.
In 1896, a paleontologist working on fossils from South Dakota described a spectacular new discovery. It was a giant sea turtle, the biggest fossil turtle ever described. It lived between 83 million and 72 million years ago, in the late Cretaceous period, when the
So, why did it ditch the hard shell, says Lilith Hobo? The hard cover? Well, that's actually a tremendous advantage to a leatherback turtle. We'll talk about that in a bit, but there's a really good reason for it.
interior of North America was covered by a huge sea. And at around 4.5 meters long and weighing more than 2 metric tons, Archelon, as it's known, was more than twice the size of the largest sea turtle today, the leatherback.
Yep. Oh, and this is the specimen that the hind flipper comes from. And this is somewhere in Europe. I want to say this, I don't know if it's in Berlin or where the specimen is. But, yeah, the flipper's sticking up right there. You can get this as a file online and 3D print it. And I'm like, I really want to 3D print this life size, but I do not have the space for a 4-meter long turtle. It's like an animal the size of a small passenger car. But I could print the hind flipper. And so I did. Here it is. I also printed a skull. Not this skull per se, I think, but a different one. Let me grab it. There we go. Some of you were here when I assembled this live on stream. That was a while ago. Sometime in the fall this year. Check it out. This is the skull of Archelon. Pretty crazy, right? It's a lot bigger than my skull. Holy moly. It's a sizable critter, you know? Look at that. This is just the head. So here's the beak. Eye socket right here. Impressive. And life size. It looks like a bird, says Creature Collector. It does have this big, raptorial beak in the front. This is almost certainly a carnivorous animal. It's probably eating whatever it wants, really. But like the modern hawksbill sea turtle, maybe it's eating crustaceans and bivalves, and maybe it's eating ammonites. We're not really sure what exactly they're eating, but they're eating some kind of other critter with shells on them, probably. Maybe they're also eating small marine reptiles or fishes or kind of whatever they can catch. But, there's a modern sea turtle, the hawksbill, and they love eating critters like lobsters, crabs, I think they might eat a lot of sponges. They'll eat limulids, horseshoe crabs. Yeah. And the hawksbill is so named because it has a almost birdie type beak. Really strong. Got a pretty decent bite force, too. So they're able to eat all kinds of different critters, just crunch them apart, you know? And not jellyfish, no, kind of. I don't know if Archelon was eating jellyfish. Jellyfish are not really like a very nutritious food. That's why leatherbacks have to eat so much jellyfish. And salps and man-o-war and other gelatinous zooplankton. They eat so much because it's just really low-quality food. Things like lobster, you know. A lot of protein in that. Yeah. Anyhow. And Game Over says, is it crushed or is it that slim? Yeah, for Archelon, there is definitely a lot of, like, crushing going on here. So, you see how it's kind of smushed? This part of the nares is shunted to the side like this. You've got this big crack right here at the top of the orbit. You know, it might make a little bit more sense if you were to see the file, like the actual scan. Find that skull. Here we go. This is where I got it from on Sketchfab. There we go. So I'd like to paint it like this so it makes a bit more sense visually. But there's big parts of this that have been filled in with material because just this part was either missing or it was badly preserved or maybe it got destroyed during excavation or something. That happens occasionally. So there's parts that are mixed in with plaster. But yeah, you can kind of see where this part got knocked in like that. You know, this thing's been sitting there in the ground for 80+ million years. A lot can happen to a skull during that amount of time, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. And when is the skull going to be completed, says Kalmiali? I'd love to get it finished tomorrow so I can bring it to the interview with Scott Benson, but we'll see if I have time. I have so much to do tomorrow. Gotta get ready for this big stream. A bunch of new alerts and scenes, and I'm streaming with my laptop, so there's a ton of OBS work that I've got to do to get ready for that. So there's sort of stuff that I don't normally talk about here on stream because it's not interesting to hear about, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Anywho, where were we? Let's continue talking about our Archelon and Co. Here we go. And Christmas Eve with the family. Exactly, Lordy. Yeah, I got that too.
Carapace. Instead, it just had a framework of ribs covered by rubbery, flexible skin. But here's the thing. Archelon wasn't an ancestor of today's leatherback turtles or any other living sea turtles.
At least we don't think so. I've spoken with a couple researchers who were like, maybe this family, the Protostegidae, including Archelon, maybe they could be the precursors to the leatherback, potentially, but probably not. It's really difficult to say, you know?
In fact, Archelon didn't even make it out of the Cretaceous. But as the Cenozoic era started, a completely different group of sea turtles was ready to take over the world's oceans, the true leatherbacks. And they would share a lot of the same adaptations that the ancient giant had. Why? Well, it looks like there are just some things about being a giant skin-shelled sea turtle that just work, no matter where or when you lived. We can start our story of the sea turtle back in the Cretaceous period, about 120 million years ago, when the first true marine turtles appeared. The planet was really active tectonically back then, as the supercontinent Gondwana was breaking up. As new, smaller continents formed, lots of new coastlines appeared, creating plenty of sea turtle habitat.
I like that, I don't know, PBS Eons does a very good job of, like, telling you a story about how all these different things worked, but so much of it is I don't know, when you go out and talk to the people who are actively working on these things, they usually have so many more caveats than a simple story like, oh yeah, continents are splitting apart, you get more coastline, you get more sea turtles. It feels a little bit like a just so story, you know? Like, I don't think we really know for a fact that that's why we had the development of sea turtles and stuff like that, you know?
Taking advantage of these new marine habitats, turtles may have transitioned from land to sea multiple times in different parts of the world. One of these transitions included the group of sea turtles that Archelon belonged to, the protostegids, whose fossils have been found in Europe, Australia, and South America.
Yep, so protostegids are named after Protostega, which is a giant marine turtle. Some of them were giant, and some of them were not as giant. Yeah. But yeah, the bigger ones were bigger than the modern leatherback. These guys are swimming alongside plesiosaurs. Oh, I love this illustration. It's really nice. Good stuff. So yeah, protostegids. They're kind of minimizing their shell. Their carapace. Later on, leatherbacks would take this to an extreme.
And some of the earliest protostegids had bodies like Archelons, big with lightweight shells, which may have let them travel long distances and spread out around the world. Their large bodies might also have helped them maintain a more stable body temperature than most other reptiles, a phenomenon called gigantothermy.
So that's precisely what leatherbacks do today. Their large size allows them to travel into higher latitudes that, you know, colder waters than other turtles would be able to stand.
Basically, being big means your body has more volume relative to surface area, so you lose less heat.
Nope. Oh, yes. Sorry. More volume relative to surface area. Sorry. I was about to actually that, but he's totally right.
Basically, being big means your body has more volume relative to surface area, so you lose less heat to the environment. Yep. And big changes were in the works that would give these turtles a bit of a boost. Right in the middle of the Cretaceous, the climate warmed and sea levels rose, creating even more sea turtle habitat. By this time, North America was literally split down the middle, from the Gulf of Mexico to the Arctic Ocean, by a body of water known as the Western Interior Seaway. And this warm, kind of brackish water turned out to be a great place for sea turtles, hosting an explosion of their diversity, including some of the giants, like another huge cousin of Archelon, Protostega gigas. It was smaller than Archelon, but not by much. It was still more than 3 meters long. It had a shell made of tough skin over strut-like ribs, like the leatherback, and it was more widespread. But then, well, you know how the world is. Change is the only constant. So, in the late Cretaceous, the climate cooled again, which made sea levels drop. And this, combined with the geological uplift of the Great Plains, meant that by 70 million years ago, the Western Interior Seaway had disappeared.
And though, this is one of the things that I keep bringing this up when we talk about the Western Interior Seaway. People say that it disappears by the end of the Cretaceous. I'm not convinced it does. And I think it'd be really cool to be able to talk to some people about this. Talk to some people who work on these rocks at the KPG boundary. So yeah, and Claire says, we really aren't clear on this, so it's disheartening to see folks acting so sure of it. I mean, but that can be music to the ears of a young scientist. Somebody eager to make a real splash in their field. If you hear something that's repeated again and again and again, and you're like, I'm not sure if that's really true. Sometimes that means that you can start to figure it out and do some really impactful science. If there's something that everybody assumes is true, but it turns out to not really be supported by all the evidence, oh boy, that is a really exciting kind of proposition for an up-and-coming researcher. Because sometimes, with just a little bit of out-of-the-box thinking, she can help overturn that old idea. That could be really good for somebody's career, you know? Again, going back to like the young Earth creationist thing, it's like, if there were a 1 in a zillion chance that the Earth is only 7,000 years old or whatever, just think about how many different geologists and paleontologists and other scientists think about the notoriety that they could earn by overturning those old ideas, you know? Like, we all dream of being able to do something like that, to really advance our field by finding something super exciting and new and cool, to challenge old assumptions. That's the name of the game when it comes to science. So anyway, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, prove me wrong, says Jim Kirkland. Exactly, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. So anywho. Yeah. There you go, RB42. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So anyway, did the Western Interior Seaway actually completely disappear by the end of the Cretaceous? Like they kind of assume here? I'm not convinced. That might be a thread that we'll be following up on in the coming year.
Plains meant that by 70 million years ago, the Western Interior Seaway had disappeared, its water now frozen in the poles. Most of the North American sea turtles went extinct, disappearing from the fossil record. Both Archelon and its cousin Protostega were gone before the Cretaceous period even ended. And that was the end of that first group of giant skin-shelled turtles, the Protostegids. But a new separate lineage was gaining a foothold, or a flipper hold? Anyway, this one would eventually lead to the leatherback. These marine reptiles, a superfamily known as Chelonioidea.
And so here's the thing about Chelonioidea. So this is the Cheloniids and the Dermacheliids together. So let's hear within Cryptodyra. Where's our sea turtles? Here we go. Yeah. So Chelonioidea is this clade right here. 7 living species. So this is the clade that forms when you mix the Cheloniids, the hardshell sea turtles, and the leatherback. It's almost a group of convenience. Like, not everybody is totally convinced that all of these critters are actually each other's closest relatives. The leatherback could be, potentially, maybe, a separate marine origin for turtles. Most analyses don't come up with that conclusion, but often you have so few data that you're putting into these analyses that, like, it's not inconceivable that could happen. So anyway, it's going to be cool talking with some researchers about that in the coming year. How do we classify sea turtles? What is this actually based on? What would it take, data-wise, to come up with a tree that puts leatherbacks separate from the hardshell sea turtles as not close relatives? Yeah.
May have first appeared during that first explosion of sea turtle diversity in the late Cretaceous. And this is the group that living sea turtles belong to. Which means, somehow, some of them must have made it through one of the world's biggest changes, the end Cretaceous mass extinction, 66 million years ago. For example, fossils of a North American sea turtle called Euclastes show that it was around both before and after the extinction event.
And Sheila Dom says, how often do things get reclassified like that? All the time. Holy cow, yeah. In fact, turtles themselves are a good example of this, where for the longest time we didn't really know where they belonged on the reptile family tree. Because they're so different from all other reptiles. They're so different from lizards. They're so different from crocodiles and their relatives. So different from dinosaurs. Like, where do they belong on the reptile family tree? And it's only within the last few decades that we've started to realize, oh shoot, they seem to be related to the archosaurs. Dinosaurs and birds and crocs. So that's the thing, is that classification is a work in progress. When we as scientists classify living things, we're not just slapping labels on them and going, oh yeah, you know, according to the vibes, this thing looks like that, so we're gonna put it over here. It doesn't work that way. when we're classifying living things as scientists, we're trying to figure out their evolutionary relationships. When we're saying that two critters are actually related to one another, we mean that in a literal sense, that they shared a recent common ancestor. So, there we go. This is a super simplified one, but the tree of life. Oftentimes it's really obvious when different creatures are probably close relatives. Like different species of bear. They all look pretty similar, they have similar skeletons. Sometimes there's a weird one that shows up and you're like, is that actually a bear? For a long time, people thought pandas probably weren't actually bears because they're so different. But then with the advent of genetic testing, we can look at the genome of this critter and go, oh shoot, it is related to bears. It's just early diverging. So it kind of split off early on. Let's take a look at bears. Ursidae. And the reason why it looks so different is, well, it is fairly different, but it diverged early on. So there's bears. So all of these critters shared a common ancestor about 30 million years ago, give or take. And this family has been diversifying and splitting ever since. New species are arising and going extinct, and today we have 8 species. And the panda is the first one to split off, something like 30 million years ago. That's why it's so different from the other bears, is it's been evolving in a separate direction for a long time. But it still has that common ancestor that we can infer using molecular data, looking at the genome, going, okay, the DNA for all these bear species matches up to a certain extent. The panda is the most different out of all of them, but it's still part of this group. Like, it's still similar enough. Yeah. So, thanks to DNA, we've been able to figure out that, yes, indeed, pandas are a kind of bear. Even though they are pretty different from a lot of other bears. I don't know if they're smarter than the average bear, but yeah, I don't know. They are different, but they're still bears. But now for sea turtles, here's a phylogeny, so a cladogram, evolutionary family tree, showing the proposed relationships between these different taxa. Here are the modern species. So everything from this node on is modern, and then Dermachelys, that's modern.
Let's
too.
protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Pumpkin Boy, thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate that, Pumpkin Boy. Thank you for the prime there. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Think about these. We've got some modern species here. Lepidochelys, Caretta, Ermetochelys, Natator, and Colonia. These are all modern sea turtles, along with Dermachelys, the leatherback, but everybody else is a fossil critter here. And we don't have DNA for them. We just don't. We only know them from fossils. So you can't do those genetic tests to figure out who's related to whom. You have to look at the morphology of the bones. You have to look at the structure of the skeleton to try and figure out what the relationships are. Yeah, structure of the skeleton. There you go. Tatters Flex, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So it gets tricky when you only have fossils, you know? We could still tell a lot from fossils, but there's sometimes a bit more interpretation necessary than there is when you're doing a molecular phylogeny. Making an evolutionary family tree using DNA, you know? Does that make sense? So anyway, when we find a new fossil and we plug it into a cladogram like this, sometimes it shifts everything around, and suddenly it's like a missing piece of the puzzle, and you see things in a new way. So that's how some of these, phylogenies, these evolutionary family trees, can change pretty quickly. when you get a new find.
In the sea turtle diversity in the late Cretaceous. And this is the group that living sea turtles belong to, which means somehow some of them must have made it through one of the world's biggest changes, the end Cretaceous mass extinction, 66 million years ago. For example, fossils of a North American sea turtle called Euclastes show that it was around both before and after the extinction event. It had a nearly complete bony shell, and it looks to be related to today's hard-shelled sea turtles. As for the leatherbacks, the family they belong to is called Dermocalidae, which literally means skin shells. And
yeah, Dermocalidae. So that's after Dermocales. The name means, yeah, skin turtle. Dermocales.
This family likely split off from the harder-shelled ancestors of other living sea turtles around the late Cretaceous, soon after the superfamily Cheloniodea appeared.
So we don't know that for sure, though. And I like that he says likely. Because we don't really know. And that's one of the things I'm excited to talk about with some other leatherback researchers in the new year. We'll be getting the skinny on this. What's the latest gossip on what Dermocalidae is doing? Are they still related to the hardshell sea turtles? Or are new finds maybe shifting that conception? We'll talk about it.
Now, we're still not sure where geographically the leatherback's family came about, but there's some genetic evidence that it originated in the Indo-Pacific region. And we do know that these new skin-shelled turtles totally took off after the end Cretaceous extinction. I mean, as fast as turtles can, take off.
Which is funny that he said that, because this is the world's fastest non-avian reptile. The leatherback turtle is a fast animal. It could swim like 3 or 4 times as fast as Michael Phelps, They're speedy, Like, yeah, they're pretty quick.
Just like the protostegids did 50 million years earlier, this group diversified and spread around the world, their fossils found in deposits from Japan to the UK. And this worldwide expansion of the leatherback's family showed how successful their body plan, that is, big and with a skin-covered shell, can be in the right conditions. And over time, that body plan gradually became even more specialized, with a new adaptation. Bits of bone embedded in the leathery shell called ossicles. Ossicles first show up in a turtle from Saudi Arabia around 56 million years ago called Erebemis. Then other species with ossicles kept popping up all over, from Africa to New Zealand and even Antarctica.
Yep, so we have fossils of leatherback turtles, or of this family at least, Dermocalidae, even from Antarctica, which is wild, I think they're from the Eocene of Antarctica. It's not the easiest genus name to say, but Cephophorus. I want to hear an actual fossil turtle specialist pronounce that name, so I don't embarrass myself. I want to know how we actually say it, but for now I'm going to say Cephophorus. And the Cephophorus species from New Zealand is named after a famous author. Some people in chat might actually be familiar with this author. They published a series of kind of science fiction fantasy novels about a disc world. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? I've not read these books myself, but I've heard good things. There we go. Cephophorus. There's a skull, one of these critters at LACM in Los Angeles. The one from New Zealand is Cephophorus terrypratcheti. You gotta love it. Yeah. Cephophorus terrypratcheti was discovered in the 1990s by Richard Kohler in New Zealand and named in 1995 after the author Terry Pratchett, who wrote a series of fantasy books set in a world carried on the back of a giant turtle. Oh yeah. Pretty cool, right? Here's the link if you want to read about that. Fossil from the Discworld, giant turtle named for famed author. So here is a fossil here, just beautifully preserved. See all those dermal ossicles like that? Here we go. Author Sir Terry Pratchett was thrilled to have a fossil turtle named after him and visited the Otago University Geology Museum to see the specimen. 2 images show Richard Kohler describing the turtle to Terry Pratchett. Take a look at that. So cool. Oh, man. Here's a link here. If you'd like that. Anywho, Cephalosaurus known from Antarctica here, and from New Zealand, and from the Arabian Peninsula there.
Ossicles may provide some degree of protection, but some researchers think that they might also play a role in calcium regulation. Modern turtles release calcium from their shells to keep their bloodstreams from getting too acidic. And we do know that, over time, these ossicles became thinner and lighter, which helped make these turtles more buoyant. And it's possible that other factors could have shaped the evolution of ossicles too. In any event, they were part of the specialized body plan that made the long migrations possible. But the early success of the leatherback's family wouldn't last long. Only 3 species of these skin-shelled turtles are found in the Oligocene epoch, 2 in the Miocene, and just 1 in the Pliocene.
And I think this is no longer true, because I want to say that we've got this new one from the Miocene that was just described this year. Is it from the Miocene? So again, like, PPS eons, I applaud them for taking these complex ideas and then making narratives out of them that are easy for people to grasp and understand and remember. But sometimes things are a bit more complicated. So just this year, there we go. Check this out.
Fishing trip for a family of 4 a few years ago turned up a 1 in a million find. The Colemans were on the Alabama River in Clark County when they discovered a fossilized shell of a leatherback sea turtle. Our Shelby Myers in the studio with more on this incredible find. And Shelby, you talked to that family today, their first on-camera interview.
Yeah, it was, and I did, Lenise. The Colemans, they're riding this high. Not only has the fossil been determined to be 32 million years old, it's also a never-before-discovered genus and species of the leatherback sea turtle.
Pretty awesome. And hang on, 32 million? Would that be Oligocene or would that be Miocene? 32 million would put it in the... Okay, yeah, in the Oligocene. So... Okay, yeah, I guess it does feed into this narrative about them decreasing in diversity over time. Interesting, okay.
I think it's just a once-in-a-lifetime experience for us to find something like that. It's something that probably never happened to us again, and it's pretty special.
The Colemans like to be outside. They spend much of their time on the water, in particular hunting fossils, a tradition passed down from Adam's dad.
Every time we're on the river, we like to stop on the riverbank and take a break from fishing and walk around and see what we can find. Shark's teeth and shark vertebrae.
His wife Adrienne and their 2 children, Tala and Corey, love to tag along too. In 2021, on the Alabama River near Jackson, at just 13 years old at the time, Tala spotted something curious.
I was the one that pointed it out because I was like, that rock looks a little weird. And me and my dad went and checked it out because we thought it was just mud. And we got up closer to it. We were like, that's not mud. That's something.
And it was something, all right.
Holy
After
cow.
sitting on it for about a year, they finally found the right person to talk to about identifying what they found. Dr. Andrew Gentry from the Gulf State Park Learning Campus.
It is such an absolutely extraordinarily rare occurrence to get an intact fossil leatherback shell like this. It is beyond 1 in a million.
And so I think this might be like the best one ever found for the entire fossil history of leatherbacks. The Dermachelyidae. This might be the best one, you know? The most intact. Just extraordinary.
Hired a team to excavate the sea turtle shell fossil. The Coleman's pitching in too.
It was drill around it and then hammer spikes into it and hammer and hammer.
Yeah, they were out there with the sledgehammers just...
And I was actually the one that made it move and busted it free.
Yeah, right when you saw it actually shift, you knew it was free, and everyone was just, it was just cheers.
The Dauphin Island Sea Lab loaned them one of their boats to load up the fossil weighing roughly 1 ton.
And when we finally got it onto the bow of the boat, the back of the boat was out of the water.
Yes.
When we set it on the bow of the boat, it finally went down. We worked it down into the bottom of the boat to make the motor go back into the water.
Once the fossil was secure, Gentry reached out to other paleontologists around the U.S. to determine how old the fossil was. And it was ancient, 32 million years old.
Which is, you know, it's about maybe a little bit less than midway through that span of time, the fossil history of Dermachelyidae. You know, people go, 32 million, my goodness. But, you know, it's about halfway through.
It was also determined to belong to a never-before-discovered species and genus of leatherback sea turtles. And since it was found on some of the Creek ancestral homeland, members of the Porch Creek tribe got to name the species in their native Muskogee language.
So it is a combination of the words Wiwa and Loja, which means water and turtle.
The Colemans are already itching to find their next big fossil discovery. Does it make you want to get out there and do more?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Yeah, we're ready.
That's awesome.
Very, very cool story. And the fossil is now on display in Birmingham at the McWane Science Center if you want to go check it out in person. In the studio
Very
tonight,
cool.
Shelby Myers.
Really
Fox
spectacular.
2
Spared
News.
no expense.
Thank you, George from New York, for the gift sub there. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Huzzah indeed, George. Thank you very much for your support. There's a link in the chat. I'll just say this, unless you really want to get bummed out, do not read the comments on that video. Holy cow. Oh boy. I was fuming. I'm like, oh, what are people thinking about this? This is so cool. And like, half the comments are people saying, this is really cool. And then half the comments are like, just horrifically racist. Talking about like, you know, why is it that the Native American tribe got to name it? It should be named after the family. And there's just this horrible racist invectives against indigenous people. Like, I'm astonished that, like, I don't know, people would say these things publicly. Like, oh my god, ugh. And it's not only is that horrific just in its racism, but also in its stupidity, because it was named after the family. The animal's name is Wiloja colemanorum. It's named after the Coleman family. So anyway, yeah, it's YouTube comments, you know? You know, and then, yeah. So the third half of the comments, Muso, are people saying, like, people scoffing at that 32 million figure. Yeah. Like, Earth's not that old. 32 million. Now I've heard everything. Okay. Anyway. Really cool find, though. Wiloja colemanorum. And, let's start with a U. Oh, hello, Mini Pie. Let's see. Ueloca. It's admittedly not the easiest word to spell. Watch out, Minnie. There we go. Yeah, beautiful art here. Yeah, really nice. Hey, Mini Pie, come back and get some treats. Hey, come here. Oh, you know that's it. You want to come see or no? She's in like fight or flight mode. I think she sees another cat through the cat hole in the door. Oh, she's all business right now. Okay. Anyway, the interesting thing about this is that at this point in the history of this family, Dermicaliidae, there aren't those distinctive longitudinal ridges spreading up the carapace. These ridges like that. They're not on there yet. It's just kind of a smooth back, and that's... Maybe that points to these animals not being super deep divers like modern leatherbacks? Or... I don't know, it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. But certainly is a big animal. Again, that's just the carapace right there. It's a sizable critter. Anyhow. So yeah, that is from the Oligocene, so maybe it does kind of fit into this narrative of a decrease in diversity over time for this family. But the thing is, we have so few fossils and so few taxa that have been named that this could just be like sample bias at this point. You know, we've got fairly few data points. So maybe they are seeing a decrease in diversity over time, over the past 40 million years, or maybe we'll end up finding a bunch more Pliocene leatherback relatives. I don't know. I feel like it's a little too early to say, oh yeah, they're definitely decreasing in diversity over time. I don't know.
So what happened to them? Well, it was probably yet another change in climate. Between about 45 million and 23 million years ago, the climate got a lot cooler and drier, making the world much less favorable for sea turtles. And today, the leatherback is the only skin-shelled sea turtle left. Like Erebimys and later skin shells, it has hundreds of ossicles in its shell. And maybe thanks to its lightweight shell, it has one of the longest recorded migrations of...
So again, that's a weird thing. Like, the shell being lightweight. They keep repeating that again and again. These are very, like, bulky animals. I don't think it's a matter of conserving weight to be able to traverse long distances through the ocean. I don't think weight is really much of a concern. You know? It's an animal that's basically neutrally buoyant in the water. I don't know.
Any vertebrate animal. Plus, as a gigantotherm, the leatherback's size, along with an extra layer of insulating brown fat, keeps its body temperature stable, even while migrating from its tropical breeding grounds to subpolar areas where it forages. And the leatherback's suite of adaptations, including its thick, oily skin, allow it to dive more than 1,200 meters. Today's leatherback is the last member of its family, and the only surviving part of that second great radiation of skin-shelled...
We're getting a call here. Sorry, everybody. I wonder who it could be. Hello? Oh, it's just a prank caller. Never mind. Anyway, moving on. Nerduino, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? I hope you had an excellent stream, Nerduino. How are things? A Merry Early Christmas to you, Nerduino. Happy Festivus, December 23rd. Nerd Raid indeed. If anybody's not yet following Nerdowino, you're missing out. He's a former NASA scientist and current astronomer. He talks all about all kinds of different scientific concepts on his stream. And has started doing live observations of the night sky again, using a backyard. When I say backyard telescope, that's way underselling it. It's got an incredible setup. You should totally check it out. Go give Nerdowino a follow if you're not yet doing that. Again, I appreciate the raid, Nerdowino. We're talking about... Well, wouldn't you guess it? Leatherback turtles. Nerdowino is showing some pics of the 31 Atlas comments. Oh boy. Comments? Or comet? Comet, okay. We were just talking about the perils of internet commentary. Pics of comments, I mean, we were just talking about this. Never read the comments. Anyway, and I know people have some bizarre thoughts on that comment. So yeah. Comments on comments, exactly, Nerdowino, yeah. Anyway, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. We were just watching a video about the fossil history of skin-shelled turtles. From early ones like the super gigantic Archelon and its relatives to the modern leatherback. Cool stuff. Yeah. We imaged 31 Atlas live on stream on Friday night. Oh, that's so cool, Nerdowino. Holy cow. I'm gonna need to go back and watch that VOD. That sounds really neat. Super, super cool. That reminds me. Nerdowino, have you seen this? The Neo Surveyor NASA mission patch? Near Earth Object Surveyor, I presume it means? Trying to find an image that's not on Instagram because it won't let me show those. Okay. I think this will work. I love this. Never again. Salute to those keeping us safe from near-Earth objects. The non-avian dinosaur sacrifice shall not be in vain. Here you go, Claire. Never is a bold claim. Don't say that, Nerdowino. What? What? Not without advance notice, perhaps? I mean, I would like to say never again. Let's make sure that these programs are well funded, because I don't want another mass extinction to occur on our planet. Yeah. How about not on our watch? How about that? Because, yeah, sure, 100 million years in the future. But, you know, not while we can do something about it. Funding science? You think that's important, man? Yes, I do. Oh, boy. Anyway, good stuff. Whether it's preventing our own extinction at the hands of another near-Earth object, like a massive asteroid, or preventing the extinction of a remarkable leatherback turtle, we're all about this kind of thing here on Paleontologizing. Let's finish out this video here.
exact body plan that made the long migrations possible. But the early success of the leatherback's family wouldn't last long. Only 3 species of these skin-shelled turtles are found in the Oligocene epoch, 2 in the Miocene, and just 1 in the Pliocene.
And we were talking about how this might be sampling bias here. I would also not be shocked if, like, there are undescribed specimens from the Miocene and the Pliocene that could add to the diversity during these times. Like this, I don't know if I'm willing to accept this nice, neat little story like this without, yeah, I don't know, without talking to some people who are actually actively working on these critters, which we will be doing over the next year.
So, what happened to them? Well, it was probably yet another change in climate. Between about 45 million and 23 million years ago, the climate got a lot cooler and drier, making the world much less favorable for sea turtles. And today, the leatherback is the only skin-shelled sea turtle left.
But again, this hypothesis doesn't make the most sense because leatherbacks are very cold resistant. Again, they've been spotted in the Aleutian Islands off Alaska, like swimming between ice floes and stuff like that. They've been spotted in the North Sea, north of Norway, you know, and as far south as like the southern island of New Zealand. They can and do thrive in water temperatures that are barely above freezing. So that's the modern leatherback, Dermachelys coriacea. Who knows whether or not their extinct relatives were as cold resistant? Maybe they weren't. But I don't know.
Like Erebimmus and later skin shells, it has hundreds of ossicles in its shell. And maybe thanks to its lightweight shell, it has one of the longest recorded migrations of any vertebrate animal. Plus, as a gigantotherm, the leatherback's size, along with an extra layer of insulating brown fat, keeps its body temperature stable, even while migrating from its tropical breeding grounds to subpolar areas where it forages.
Lilith Hobo asks, if humans went extinct, which extinct species of animals do you think would make a comeback? Well, I mean, none of them, because they're extinct. Do you mean which kinds of animals today that aren't doing so hot would make a comeback? Most of them? Maybe all of them? I don't know. It's not a fun thought because I don't like to think of human extinction. You know, it's not a pleasant thought. But the extinction of just about any species is not a pleasant thought either. I don't know. If, you know, wasn't this a thing in one of those comic book movies? Where like a big purple guy snapped his fuzzy fingers. And then, like, humanity disappeared or something like that. So say that were to happen. I think most other species of organism would do a lot better without us. I guess cockroaches would have a hard time because they mostly exist in a lot of human settlements just because of, like, heated buildings. Cockroaches are not very good at surviving cold. It's ironic because people, oh, in a nuclear winter, cockroaches. It's nonsense. Cockroaches are very cold sensitive. So, like, the reason they exist in places like New York City or Canada or whatever, any high latitude place, it's because of human habitation. So, no more buildings. You would no longer get cockroaches in big parts of the world. Most animals would do pretty well, though, you know? Yeah. Regadactylus says human extinction is not going to happen independently of us also bringing down a lot of other species with us. Exactly. That's already happened. So yeah. Oh boy, Charlie's Dragon. Well, the cold certainly bothers other species of cockroach. Is that true, or are you just making a joke? That was a good one, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Anywho, let's finish out the video.
The leatherback's size, along with an extra layer of insulating brown fat, keeps its body temperature stable, even while migrating from its tropical breeding grounds to subpolar areas where it forages. And the leatherback's suite of adaptations, including its thick, oily skin, allow it to dive more than 1,200 meters. Today's leatherback is the last member of its family, and the only surviving part of that second great radiation of skin-shelled sea turtles. And while it isn't related to Archelon and the protostegids,
Are we sure? Oh man, I'm so excited to talk with some sea turtle fossil researchers in the coming year. Oh man.
it does resemble them in a lot of important ways. Yet another reminder that body plans that just work, like being a huge skin-shelled turtle, can show up in the history of life again and again.
Cool stuff. Lovely video from PBS Eons here. There we go. It's a real cockroach. Charlie's Dragon. Huh. Cool. As I understand it, most cockroaches are like kind of tropical species, and the only reason they exist in a lot of parts of the world is because they're living in buildings. Otherwise, they're very cold sensitive. I think that's the case. I've been actually-ing people for a long time with that little factoid, but if I'm wrong, I want to know it, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. Holy cow, look at the time. It is after 6 p.m. here. Before we wrap up and raid out to somebody else doing some science, I want to reiterate that this is our last stream of the week, but not our last stream until Monday. We're having a special Sunday stream on December 28th, 1 p.m. California time. We're going to be interviewing Scott Benson, leatherback researcher, in his home turf of Monterey, California. There's Scott right there, with a leatherback turtle in Indonesia, I think. Here's Scott without a turtle. And here's Scott. Oh, you can't see him very good. Here's Scott with the turtle. Here's a leatherback right off the coast of Central California. Scott has recently retired from NOAA. He's one of the world's experts on the Pacific population of leatherback turtles, and I cannot wait to talk to him. It's gonna be a fun stream. And sounds like we're gonna be on the front page. I cannot wait. It is gonna be a ton of fun. A phenomenal way to kick off our big leatherback turtle arc over the next year. I'm hoping that I'll be able to get involved with leatherback turtle research and conservation and bring you along with me. Whether we're visiting research facilities, people studying leatherbacks, or whether we're going to the nesting beaches, or we're out on the open ocean looking at leatherback turtles and gathering data, collecting measurements, all this stuff. I want you to appreciate these animals to the extent that they are owed. What a remarkable creature this is, and they are in severe decline right now. They desperately need our help. We'll be talking about that with Scott on Sunday, and I hope you'll tune in for that. It is going to be, I think it's going to be pretty rad. That's actually why I'm taking tomorrow off from streaming, is I've got to get ready for that. Got a brand new microphone set up that Ios and Lordy got me for Christmas, so I got to learn how to use that. I got to set up the streaming laptop with a bunch of new scenes and alerts and just troubleshoot a bunch of things. I want the stream to go smoothly. It's a big deal for me, and I'm really excited about it. And I really hope that you'll show up and tune in. It's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Anyway, with that said, let's wrap up our stream now. There we go. And Well, let's get some holiday tunes here, actually. That's better. And as we thank all the good folks showing up in our credits here, let's find somebody doing some science to raid into here on Twitch. Who else is on right now? Let's see. Looks like Draw Curiosity is on. Well, let's go say hello. A fellow scientist here on Twitch. Dr. Ines, we're gonna go say hello to her. Excellent. Everybody, thank you for being here today. Thank you to all of the new followers. Thank you to the raiders. Thank you to the cheerers and the gifters and the subscribers and the resubscribers. Everybody who supports this channel with their viewership or with their financial support. I'm deeply grateful for that. The internet is a really big place. You could be just about anywhere right now, but you've been here spending time with me, talking about the history of life on our incredible planet Earth, reveling in the awe and the wonder of it all, and I appreciate that. Thank you also to our moderators for keeping this a safe and welcoming environment for everybody. Couldn't do this without you, Mars, and I appreciate you more than you know. I know I say it a lot, I'm saying it again. Anyway, we're gonna go right into Draw Curiosity, and I hope to see you there. And then I'll see you again on Sunday for a special interview